Welcome to the December 17th, 2020 School Board meeting. This meeting is now in session and is being conducted by electronic communications using Microsoft Teams due to the COVID-19 pandemic emergency. We will now recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We are now at citizen comment. The school board welcomes public comment from community members. Due to the pandemic, we have adjusted our speaker process. Currently, we only allow call-in speakers who've signed up in advance and have limited the total time for speakers to no more than 1 hour at each meeting. Directions for signing up are posted on our website, and the speaker request form is activated on Friday afternoon of the week prior to the school board meeting. The speaker slip closes at 4 p.m., 2 days prior to the board meeting or when all slots are full. We have 22 speakers who signed up tonight, so before they begin, I will review our approved speaker guidelines. During virtual meetings, we will hear all public comments at the beginning of the meeting. Speakers should call 10 minutes prior to the meeting start and will be announced in the order their call is received. Before you speak, please turn down the sound on all electronic devices. Please do not use a speakerphone, as that can distort the sound and make your comments difficult to understand. Each speaker may speak for up to 2 minutes, and a timer will help you keep track of your time. The timer begins when you start speaking, so please conclude your remarks when the buzzer sounds. The operator will disconnect your call at 2 minutes. The school board does not respond to public comment during the meeting. If follow-up is required due to the nature of the comments, the superintendent will work with the board clerk to follow up with speakers accordingly after the meeting. Please email any written comments to school.board@apsva.us. Please be sure to state your name and the topic you will speak about before you begin. Ms. Elliott, will you please call the first speaker?
Our first speaker this evening is Molly Haynes.
Good evening. My name is Molly Haynes, and I'll be speaking on return to school. I'm a first-time mom to a true pandemic baby. I've thrown myself into teaching music virtually despite juggling the care of my son with my husband while we both work from home. I do this happily because I want the best for my kids, my students who I care for a great deal, almost as if they were my own children. I was initially approved for telework in November since APS had breastfeeding on the list for individuals with high-risk situations. I fully agree that as a breastfeeding mom, especially to a child who knows almost nothing but the four walls of my own home, I am in a high-risk situation. Were I to contract COVID-19, I would be required to quarantine away from my son, only seeing him to breastfeed with a mask on for a minimum of 2 weeks, but I assume it'd be much longer. 2 weeks ago, APS asked us to re-up our application for accommodations. I went to fill out the form only to find that breastfeeding was no longer on the list. Mind you that smoking, a terribly unhealthy lifestyle choice, was still on the list. I'll say that again. Breastfeeding, something recommended by the WHO for children up to 2 years and a major source of immunity for babies, is no longer on the list, but smoking is. There was no mention of this change in HR's email, and I had to find it, and there was no explanation. I received a generic response from HR and then a response from Ms. Calento, who was kind enough to meet with me to get clarification about the situation, and I thank her for that wholeheartedly. If I'm sent back to school, I will be teaching virtually from my classroom, pumping 2 to 3 times a day, and then also will need to deal with wearing PPE, sanitizing, washing parts, and keeping the breast milk clean. All of this will take much more time than it would if things were normal. I won't be able to perform extra duties, so why will I be asked to go in? I am pleading with you to add breastfeeding back to the accommodations list. I've barely slept since finding out. I truly don't know what my decision about my future in APS will be if asked to return to the building, but I certainly do not want to be asked to choose between abandoning my students and keeping my child safe. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Christine Boland.
Hi there. My name is Christine Boland, and I teach at Yorktown High School. According to the APS COVID dashboard, 1 out of every 218 Arlington residents has been newly diagnosed with COVID in the past 14 days, and that's just the new ones. Individuals, our community, our state, and our country have decided not to do what we would need to do to ameliorate this crisis. They've prioritized individual desires over community health. It isn't safe to send people into close quarters now that this has gotten so terrible. It's ineffective and disruptive to lesson planning to wait until January to tell us what's happening. As a high school art teacher, the virtual option is not only safe, but successful beyond what I had imagined this summer. I never would have thought that teaching ceramics fully online would work, but here we are, and it's actually amazing. I'm so proud of what my students have accomplished. Please tell us we're not going back in January, and tell us today. Richmond, Virginia City Schools made the call to stay virtual through the end of the school year. Might we do the same? Our infection numbers are skyrocketing before we even have our winter break and folks travel and gather irresponsibly for the holidays. APS staff members eagerly await the vaccine, ready to pull up our sleeves as soon as we can. Please keep us safe until this makes sense. I miss teaching in person. I miss seeing my kids' faces, but I won't sacrifice my health or life to do so when I'm providing a high-quality education virtually. The stress of waiting for this critical decision is a burden on educators' mental health. Our decisions must reflect the gravity of the situation. The U.S. has 308,000 deaths now. A significant number have permanent heart damage, kidney damage, or have suffered blood clots and strokes. Let's stay virtual. Please make the call. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Ashley Nguyen.
Good evening. My name is Ashley Lynn, and I am a parent and a healthcare worker in Arlington. Our community and our kids are safer in schools. I commend APS's updated foundation for decision-making. Unfortunately, there is no zero-risk option. The assumption that we could only choose between in-person schooling or increases in COVID is a false dichotomy. Mounting data from Europe, South Korea, and the U.S. show that with appropriate mitigation measures, this is not the case. Instruction continues safely, independent of community COVID metrics. The governors of Massachusetts and Washington State are among those who acknowledge that schools are not drivers of transmission. In fact, the parochial school my children now attend, families are making safer decisions precisely because they are motivated to keep their kids in the classroom. APS's decision to provide air cleaning devices in classrooms shows how seriously it is taking necessary mitigation measures. I urge you to clearly communicate this to your stakeholders to alleviate their anxieties about returning. Restrictive measures were meant to flatten the curve to avoid overwhelming the healthcare system, but overly cautious approaches to bringing kids back to the classroom is fueling a different strain on healthcare in the form of pediatric mental health crisis. Local pediatricians have shared that they're seeing surges in pediatric ER visits for anxiety, depression, and worse. This is yet another way that school closures doubly impact disadvantaged kids who are more likely to rely on school for mental health services, have essential workers as parents, and so have been directly impacted by COVID. Please continue your hard work and commit to a firm reopening timeline. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Andrew Sorkin.
Thank you. This is Andrew Sorkin. I'm a parent with 2 children in APS Elementary School, and I'll be speaking on return to school as well. My kids have been out of school since March 13th. By my count, that's going to be 300 days as of January 6th. APS has spent months planning for a safe return to school, and it's past time to set a date to return to the building. The last 3 months have shown that we made a mistake not going back in September or in October or in November. Evidence everywhere is showing that school spread is very low, lower than background community spread. This is because responsible reopening means setting protocols, masking, spacing, and consistent cohorts. Kids are safer at school. And kids are safer at school in other respects, too. School provides structure, consistency, emotional support, and an education that kids can actually access. Opening schools is safer for kids' emotional health and safer for their long-term future. COVID is not the only risk to consider. Kids need to learn to read. Both of my parents were public school teachers. My mom spent months with us this fall helping our kids with virtual learning. She saw how hard my kids' teachers are trying to connect with the kids and to teach, and she also saw that virtual school is not realistic or effective for a 3rd grader or a kindergartner. But you don't need to take my word for that last point. And I'm going to yield the remainder of my time to my 3rd grader who can tell you about her own experience in her own words.
Hi, I am Lily. I go to Dr. Charles R. Drew Elementary. Today I'm going to talk about online school and that I don't think kids will actually learn, and that there are glitches where the student misses important directions and don't know what to do. And what I think is that kids could wear a mask and go back to school in person. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Amanda Cuthbertson.
Good evening. Tonight I'll speak on return to school. My name is Amanda Cuthbertson, and I'm a parent to a second and fifth grader, as well as a preschooler. I'd like to start by thanking my children's teachers for their enthusiasm, their patience, and their professionalism this year. They've been working so very hard. I'm a 20-year resident of Arlington County, and this is the first time I've spoken at a school board meeting. Last meeting, you reviewed the fall K-2 PALS performance data. My daughter is captured in your data, barely a drop in academic performance this year. But I was stopped in my tracks as you reviewed the nearly 15-point drop in achievement for our youngest learners in the Hispanic community. The only variable this year is our children are learning virtually. The school board members' decision to keep our children out of the classroom this fall is hurting the most vulnerable members of our community. The PALS data should concern all of us, regardless of where our own children fall in the data. And where's the data on how these young learners are doing socially and emotionally? Study after study has found that children need to be in school. Risk can be mitigated with appropriate measures. My preschooler has been in person at her school since September, 5 days a week, 0 in-school transmission. She's made new friends, she plays on the playground, she has thrived academically, socially, and emotionally this year. My second and fifth graders can't understand why their little sister can go to real school while they sit at the kitchen table on screens. They're losing their love of school this year. Socially and emotionally, they're fading. I see it, and it's heartbreaking. I worry about the children who don't have a parent at home to support them. Children do not thrive on video conference apps. They learn by growing in the classroom with their teachers and their peers. I understand that virtual learning is the only option for some parents and teachers, either out of necessity or choice, but it cannot be the default. Please welcome APS students back into the building in January. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Next, we have Anna Chenoweth.
Hi, my name is Anna Chenoweth, and my remarks regarding return to school are directed to Dr. Duran, given the board has abdicated responsibility for this issue. As Dr. Cannon stated in the last school board meeting, not my decision. Dr. Duran, I'd like to invite you to work from my home for a day, experience what it's like as a single parent of 2 children attending APS virtually, while also juggling your full-time job. My first grader, who is currently reading at kindergarten level, can't handle the excessive screen time. She does her best, which for a 7-year-old means walking away from the iPad every 7 minutes. And she finds ways to keep herself entertained, like playing house with her stuffed animals or giving herself a manicure. Meanwhile, my 6th grader is a bit more engaged, although his teachers wouldn't know it because he is never on camera and he rarely speaks, even when he has questions. 1 year ago, he was a gifted and social 5th grader who couldn't wait to get to Gunston with hopes of trying out for the basketball team. Today, he's quiet and isolated. I fully recognize my kids and I are lucky compared to many. I still have my job, and I can somewhat do that job from home. Despite that, my kids are not okay. As a single mother who is doing everything she can to keep her head above water, I feel increasingly helpless as I see the severe decline my kids are experiencing, both in terms of their education and their mental health, particularly because the data available indicates that in-person school is not impacting the community's transmission. Dr. Duran, given your commitment to equity for all students, please commit to a specific date for return to school for those who so badly need in-person education, and please do what is necessary and what other schools that have opened safely have done to make it happen. I started with a quote, so I'll end with one from my crying 7-year-old who is having technical problems today. There's no point in even doing school online. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Gina Quirk.
My name is Gina Quirk, and I'm addressing improvements to virtual learning. I want to thank Dr. Duran for prioritizing improvements for all students through the creation of the Virtual Learning Task Force. Upon the urging of the school board on December 3rd, improvements for young learners are already apparent, with more schools distributing materials that enhance virtual instruction. This simple act of encouragement highlighted materials distribution not only as effective, but also an accepted practice in the current environment. It has also resulted in my kindergartner receiving rich, engaging materials to learn about holidays around the world this week. My daughter and I are both sincerely grateful. I urge you to continue this path of improvement with a district-level requirement for schools to distribute instructional materials on a bi-monthly basis. To ensure compliance, school administrators should report on distribution systems and pickup rates. By monitoring this information and activating support when necessary, we can ensure materials reach all students. In the absence of such a requirement, the burden of distribution falls on teachers creating ad hoc systems. Without action, implementation of this critical practice varies by school, perpetuating inequities across APS. Any district-level requirement must be associated with district-wide support. The good news is that the leadership structure already in place is well-positioned to support this requirement. The Department of Administrative Services can provide targeted support and oversight to principals. The Office of Teaching and Learning can provide materials and handouts to support instruction and lift building access restrictions placed on instructional support staff who can facilitate this important work. The Office of Transportation can distribute materials to bus stop locations as necessary where pickup rates are low. We can come together as a district to provide an improved virtual experience for all. The data is showing that virtual learning is falling short, and we must act now to minimize learning loss. Please commit to these improvements that more effectively bring school to our children until it is safe to bring students back to school. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Daniel Graver.
Hi there, my name is Daniel Graver, and I'm here asking you not to kill my wife by returning to school buildings before the vaccine arrives. When my wife was in first grade, she smuggled home a piece of chalk from school so she could play teacher. She has always wanted to teach. She's now a nationally board certified teacher teaching AP Psych at Yorktown with 12 years of experience. Her kids have exceptional AP test scores. She helped the American Psychological Association develop its AP Psych curriculum. She spent last summer learning how to teach effectively online. She stays up late nights and weekends making effective online lesson plans because her planning periods are spent helping students and mentoring other teachers. She has always worked hard. She has never worked harder. Her kids are learning. School is open. I've never been prouder of her. The buildings are not yet safe, especially for our teachers, but the vaccine is coming. We have 2 young kids, including a nursing infant. If she's forced back to school, one of her 150 high school kids will eventually test positive, and she'll be forced to quarantine away from our nursing infant or risk his life too. For reasons I do not understand, APS has now removed nursing infants from the list of exemptions from returning to in-person instruction. Because she had a kid last year, she cannot take unpaid FMLA. Forcing buildings open before it's safe gives her an impossible choice. Risk her life and our children or quit the job she loves. I will tell you right now, the education that her kids are getting now virtually will knock the socks off any mid-year sub they will find to babysit an in-person class. Please don't kill my wife. Please don't risk our children. Please restore the nursing exemption. And please remember, our teachers are not expendable. School is open. Coronavirus closed the buildings. There is no need for teachers to die so that we can open up school buildings a few weeks earlier. The vaccine is coming. Wait until it's safe. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Ashley Callan.
Hi, I'm Ashley Callan speaking on reopening. First, I want to tell you about virtual learning at my house. I have 3 children, a 7th and 8th grader at Williamsburg and a 4th grader at Tuckahoe. Sometimes the older 2 don't get out of bed for school. They roll over, they log in. Sometimes they turn on their cameras, sometimes they don't. I've successfully strong-armed the youngest into turning on his camera. My youngest has a fantastic tutor to ensure he's learning the nuts and bolts. They each have their own room to escape to for quiet, but they are very isolated. Now I want to tell you about another family. Last week, I saw a woman at Sweet Greens restaurant cramming her car full of 5 to 6 salads. She was an Uber Eats driver. I also noticed she was carrying precious cargo.
Her 4 children, at least 2 of whom were school-aged, were riding with her as she made her deliveries. Her choice was between a livelihood and her children's education. No one should have to make this untenable choice. Please safely reopen schools for this family and my family. Kids are safer in school. This summer, APS unanimously adopted its first equity policy. Chair O'Grady, you were quoted as saying, "This policy is necessary to continue addressing disparities that exist in our country, our state, and yes, even our own systems." Unfortunately, the board's acquiescence to Dr. Duran's decision-making is only perpetuating the gaps you once sought to address. Finally, as the daughter of a teacher, the granddaughter of a teacher, and the niece of a teacher, please provide teachers with VIP access to testing sites in North and South Arlington, establish a transparent case notification process which respects
Thank you
individual
so
privacy.
much for calling in. I'm so sorry your time is up. Feel free to email us, though, at school.board@apsva.us so we can hear the rest of your comments. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next, we have Marianne Gray.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Marianne Gray y voy a hablar sobre el regreso a la escuela. Doctor Durán, gracias por la oportunidad para compartir nuestros sentimientos y preocupaciones con usted. Tengo un hijo que está en el primer grado en Claremont Immersion School. También tengo una hija de 3 años que asiste en un programa para niños. Nuestra familia ha apoyado APS desde el empiezo de COVID, pero con la continuación de la educación virtual, ya tenemos que preguntar cómo y por qué las maestras y estudiantes de APS no pueden utilizar estrategias de mitigación de riesgos y regresar a sus clases en vivo en las escuelas cuando otras escuelas públicas en otras partes del país y escuelas privadas aquí en Virginia del Norte se han hecho con éxito. Mi madre y mi cuñada trabajaron en las escuelas públicas y mi esposo y yo tenemos mucho respeto para las escuelas públicas. Pero nuestro hijo ha estado en programas para niños en group care con otros niños desde junio, por 6 meses. Hasta esta semana no hemos experimentado ningún caso de COVID en sus programas. 6 meses sin casos. Este nos muestra que es posible para reunificar en las escuelas utilizando las mascarillas y otras estrategias para mantener la seguridad de todos los estudiantes y maestros. Pero ya estamos mirando mientras nuestro hijo sufre, tratando de mirar y concentrar en una pantalla por muchas horas por 4 días de semana. No es normal o bien por un niño de 6 años para pasar los días en esta manera. Casi llegamos a 1 año con los niños que no han asistido a la escuela en vivo. ¿Cómo podemos arreglar todo lo que han perdido en este tiempo? No sé cómo hacerlo. Cuando hablé con el señor Goldstein de recién durante una reunión y le pregunté sobre esta situación, él dijo que yo no soy un maestro. Pues, doctor Durán, a mí tampoco. Pero estoy haciendo todo lo que
Thank
puedo
you
para
very much
ayudar.
for your comments. I want to ask Miss Elliott. Miss Elliott, is there a person who's going to translate for Miss Gray?
No, I'm sorry, we did not arrange for interpretation at this meeting.
Okay. Thank you.
Está bien, no tiene preocupar. That's fine. I'm just speaking another language to represent another part of the community and to speak to Dr. Duran directly.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for calling in. We appreciate your comments, and we will work on making sure they're translated. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. Gracias.
Next, we have Erin Wasiak.
Hello, my name is Erin Boschak, and I'm speaking on the return to school. My 2 children are currently enrolled at Drew Elementary. Please note that I did not say attending, however, as they have not set foot in a school building since March of last year, over 9 months ago. As a kindergartner, my son has never been in a real elementary school and only knows his own basement with a small pot of children and an instructor we've hired as his school. My 3rd grade daughter, who's been a struggling reader but made incredible strides last year until the schools closed, has lost all momentum and is reading below where she was in March. As a child who loved school and thrived there, she now daily announces her hatred for it and routinely sobs through online class while on mute and her camera turned off. My story is not unique, and my children are not special circumstances. This is happening in households across the county, and what we are experiencing is nowhere near the worst of it. As I and many others, including expert upon expert, have emailed and spoken with you about, transmission in school is low and not affected by community transmission rates. So I'm asking you, please, pick a date to reopen the schools and stick to it so your staff, students, and parents know the plan. We now know that we do not need to rely upon outside metrics as schools do not increase spread or hospitalizations. We do not need to watch those metrics as opening schools will not negatively affect them. We need robust tracing in schools to make sure their transmission is low, and then we need to open immediately. Schools should be the first to open and the last to close. There are minimal public benefits to keeping schools closed, but there are infinite harms, especially to our youngest and most vulnerable learners. Please open now. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Next, we have Ingrid Gant.
Good evening. My name is Ingrid Gant, the current AEA president, speaking on behalf of our members. To Chair O'Grady and to the rest of the school board members, to Superintendent Deron, good evening. I'm reminding, as I study most days, unto us a child is born and unto us a son is given, and the government shall be on his shoulders. We're often hearing our educators and our students and even our parents talking about equality, which typically means treating everyone the same. And then we listen to the word equity, which talks about proportional representation, giving based on the needs. And so I challenge you tonight to think about, have we done what is equitable? Have we done the tracing in the schools to allow parents, staff, and students to know what we've done and how safe we really are? I'm content that many days I get calls from members who know of cases in their school, but yet we don't hear about it. If we were able to trace even the small numbers, as I was told on Monday by our assistant superintendent, we can't share those because we have a small number, a percentage in our schools, and it may lead to saying who has what. I get it. I don't want that information. I want to know the numbers. If you're able to do some tracing in our schools and allow parents to see, yes, in fact, we do have cases in Arlington County public schools. Yes, we do. Did they get it in the schools? Probably not. But we have people coming into our buildings from D.C., Maryland, Virginia, Woodbridge, where I live, with some COVID experience, some COVID exposure, and our kids and staff are being exposed. I beg you, Dr. Deron, make a call. If you had a vaccine today, educators will be lined up to get it. We're ready to come back to work. We want to be there. Don't make us choose to not have a job, to not get paid because we have a condition that won't allow us to come back safely without this vaccine. Help us. Help us do the right thing.
Thank you, Ms. Gant. The time has expired.
Have a great afternoon.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Siegel.
Ms. Elliott, can you please repeat the name?
The name is Jeremy Siegel.
Hello, my name is Jeremy Siegel. I'm the activities coordinator at Jefferson Middle School. And on a slightly different topic here, I just wanted to give my 2 cents in recognition as a low man on the totem pole, kind of celebrating the tenure of the 2 outgoing school board members, particularly Nancy Van Dorn. I just wanted to put out there for public consumption that I'm sure over the years we've heard of the occasional disagreement among members of the school board, and I think that's probably to be expected, members of the public in the school board, and just there's, one is to expect disagreement. In all times there's a public forum, but I think universally all of us can agree that Nancy Van Dorn has always held the students of Arlington as her number one priority, and that's something that I think we can all recognize and agree on. I have great confidence in those board members that are coming on, but again, I just thought I'd take this time to thank Nancy Van Doren for her service, all she's done for the schools and, the children of the schools. So thank you very much, and I hope whatever future endeavors she embarks on are as successful as that with the public schools. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in, Mr. Siegel. Next speaker, please.
Next, we have Sheila Leonard.
Hello, my name is Sheila Leonard, and I'm the parent to a first grader in APS. I want to thank the teachers and staff of Arlington Public Schools who are working tirelessly to serve your students. I'm the daughter of a teacher, my sister is a teacher in FCPS, and I work in person every day, leaving my 3 young children, including a baby. I understand the fear of the virus, especially right now, but there is extensive evidence showing that schools can open safely and that virtual learning is disproportionately harming underprivileged students. You were elected on the ideals of equity in education, yet under the current model, the most disadvantaged students are falling even further behind. The most equitable thing APS can do is to open schools for the populations that don't have pod teachers, to provide English language instruction to preschoolers so they're ready for kindergarten next year, to provide real services and support to special education students. The gaps next year will be insurmountable if you don't open the schools. You are letting Arlington fall behind, and you are falling behind your counterparts in Falls Church, Fairfax, and Loudoun, all of whom opened more than Arlington in 2020. Fairfax has professional staff supporting their highest needs children, but Arlington does not. How are these kids being served by a stream in the schools? The tides are turning on in-person learning. The media is covering the gap in education and the safety in schools. You will be left behind if you're not ready to open, and soon. I think you will be seen as the board that, in the most educated county in the nation, let its heart and soul, the children, suffer the most during the hardest of times. I want to close by sharing with you that yesterday, when I asked my 7-year-old for her Christmas list, she said, "I just want one thing. I want to go back to school." Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Jamie Briss.
Jamie Bryce, and I am speaking on the return to school, and I will keep my remarks brief. My family has 5 children, 4 of whom are of full age, ranging in grades from kindergarten to 8th grade. I could feel more than my 2 minutes of how to detriment to their learning and emotional well-being. We experience tears, frustration, anger, sadness, and a lack of interest on a daily basis. We are barely keeping our heads above water. Our students and families. Data shows that learning loss is real. Data also shows that other school systems have safely brought students back into the classroom. I also understand that other school systems such as learning to the table. APS needs to commit to a return to school now and should begin work now to provide a safe and creative solution to bringing our students back into the classroom as soon as possible.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Aaron Asimakopoulos.
Good evening, Arlington. I have a soft spot in my heart for public education. I'm a product of public education. I believe it necessary to have a common understanding across all regions of the country that is best delivered via public schools. I have not abandoned APS, but if I could afford to, I would. The unwillingness of the superintendent and school board to make education the #1 priority is disturbing. I expect a school board to value education above all else. Otherwise, why did they seek out the elected position? APS does not have my children's best interest in mind. Virtual learning is a failure. If there are students who are thriving, then they are the exception, not the rule. My normally above-average children have regressed. The tools given to the teachers are inadequate, and the training to use them was poor. The cumbersome programs are not intuitive. They are confusing, poorly organized, and redundant. They are a barrier to learning. APS is sticking its head in the sand if it believes the online education it delivers is sufficient, acceptable, or sustainable. The AEA, who has lost all credibility in polite society and who is speaking for all teachers whether they like it or not, is dragging down a once cherished profession. They are cherry-picking data points to keep their membership in a perpetual state of fear. I am discouraged by a teachers association who is actively blocking the education of over 26,000 students. The ease with which otherwise healthy, educated people have become paralyzed by fear is shocking. This belief in a false dilemma and fear-mongering is not what I want modeled for my kids. I am discouraged that there are so many teachers out there who want to go back to school, but feel that they need to stay closeted in their beliefs. What kind of a culture has APS created to instill such fear in its employees? If teachers are afraid to express their well-reasoned opinions supported by data, scientific method, and experience, then leadership has failed. Why would I want to keep my kids in that environment? Throughout history, controlling through fear has always been used for evil purposes, never for the greater good. I expect the school system to always put education first. Do your job, Arlington. Get our kids back in school now.
Thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Christina Hedrick.
Hi, my name is Christina Hedrick, and I'm a parent of two in APS. Tonight you'll hear about a plan to start purchasing HEPA air cleaners for classrooms as part of the plans to return more kids and staff to school buildings eventually when it is safe to do so. I want to thank staff for their work on this issue, for making the time to talk with parents about it, and also for compiling the reports regarding ventilation and room capacity limits that were published this week. But the bottom line is that there are many parents and teachers who would like to see APS do even more regarding the air in our classrooms. Every classroom ought to have a HEPA air cleaner. It's my understanding from staff that there is deadline pressure to commit CARES Act funding by the end of this month. So I urge the school board tonight to direct staff to clearly proceed to acquire air cleaners for every classroom. Where you have classrooms that meet code, that's just 3 air changes. And internationally, scientists have said that this needs to be doubled to bring in much more outside fresh air. If my child winds up in a room that is just at code, I would feel so much better if I knew there was also an air cleaner in that room, providing additional filtration to catch small particles. Tiny droplets are able to float around for 2 to 4 hours easily depending on how much mixing there is in a room. Detailed testing and measurements haven't been taken at every building. Air cleaners provide a second layer of safety. COVID is in the air. Last night, ambulance lights lit up my street because a family had to call an ambulance to take a member to the hospital for COVID. I felt shook. Now is not the time to pinch pennies on extra layers of safety and risk reduction to prevent as much of the spread of this illness as possible. Please act with great urgency to improve the air. It is absolutely possible to reduce 90 to 95% of the risk of transmission in our buildings. Let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
This is our final speaker tonight, Deanna Caputo.
Can you hear me? It doesn't seem to be connected.
We can hear you. Thank you.
I apologize for the delay. Hi, this is Deanna Caputo. Last school board meeting of the year. It's been a long meeting coming on these calls and trying to reiterate the social, emotional consequences of keeping schools closed. We've heard from lots of speakers. We've spent a lot of time to share data, and I think it's just time to make motion. So we are really looking forward to seeing a concrete plan to open our schools in January to take care of our children, particularly our young ones, but we're seeing more and more consequences to our middle and high schoolers. I hope that you will take time to reflect over the holidays and not assume that the holidays mean, a break for children who have stressed out parents and are already upset and depressed. Like, they're not going to recoup over the Christmas holidays. They really need to have hope that they're going to return to their classes with their friends. Students are starting to act out, and even my son is now saying no to his teacher and refusing to do things. And he has been a perfect student to date, and so I think they're just hitting their limits. And I hope that you will do what it takes to open in January. Thank you.
And thank you for calling in. We want to thank all of our speakers for our comments. We do appreciate you spending the time to share your thoughts and your concerns with us. We care very deeply, and we do think about them and try to figure out how we can address them. So we do appreciate you reaching out to us every week that we have this opportunity. We have 2 recognitions tonight. First, we have the virtual holiday music performances by the Washington Liberty and the Yorktown choruses. Pam Farrell, Supervisor of Arts Education, will introduce the music. Ms. Farrell?
Great. Thank you, Ms. O'Grady. Good evening, members of the school board, Dr. Duran, executive leadership team, and guests. I am honored to present our annual holiday performance virtually this year, celebrating the season. Even a pandemic cannot keep APS students from gathering in song. I want to recognize the extraordinary effort that this takes to create and the teachers who create them. All of our APS teachers are new to this and working harder and smarter to bring their students together as a community and to provide high level of instruction and opportunities. In order to create a virtual performance, it takes about 20 to 25 hours for each song. These teachers have done an incredible job. They started as novices and continue to improve and get excited to feature their students in these productions. First, each student produces an audio track followed by a video. The teachers group their voices, they sync the tracks and the audio and video together to create the performance. It will appear seamless tonight, but takes a lot of work. In addition to tonight's performances, there are also other performances listed on our website. Join me in welcoming Teresa Severin, Washington Liberty Choral Director, and Jocelyn Mullins, Yorktown Choral Director. At the end of the performances, they'd be happy to answer any questions or comments you have. Our first piece is by Washington Liberty by Teresa Severin, and it's called Wassail, followed by The Sleigh and Holiday Road by Yorktown with Miss Jocelyn Mullins and a special guest. Please enjoy.
Wassail, wassail, over the town, our toast cheek is white and our helmet is brown. Our bullet is made of the white maple tree, with the wassail all will bring to thee. So here is to Cherry and to his right cheek, pray God send our master a good piece of beef. And a good piece of beef that may we all see, with the wassail all will drink to thee. So here is to Tom and to his right eye, bring us and our master a good Christmas pie, and a good Christmas pie that may we all see, with the wassail all will drink to thee. So here's to the maid in the lily white smock, who tripped to thy door and pulled back the lock, who tripped to the door and pulled back the pin, for to let these jolly wassailers in. Lightning flying, thunder snowing, and our folks to ha-ha, sleigh bells ringing, ho, ho, merrily we go. All the world a blanket white of snow so good, we spin like the shovels fall, ring, clock, all the way through the night. Hey, oh, hey, oh, lightning flying, thunder snowing, and our folks to ha-ha, sleigh bells ringing, ho, 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 merrily we go. Merrily on we go. Merrily Take a ride on the West Coast Kid. Oh, holiday road, holiday road. Oh, oh, oh.
That was incredible. Thank you so much to our choral directors and to the two choral groups who performed. We really enjoyed that. We needed a little bit of holiday cheer, I think, at this time. And I want to actually give my colleagues the opportunity to ask some questions. So, or comment if they like. So, colleagues?
Are you going to call on us, Chair O'Grady, or do you want us to just jump in?
You know what? I was just waiting for a hand or two. Let's go with you, Ms. Talento, since you're up.
Okay. Well, I just want to thank the Yorktown High School and Washington Liberty High School choirs for providing this to us today. It very heartwarming, and I feel like something was left out, so I'm going to throw that in right now because it just felt unfinished. So. That was so great. And it doesn't feel right if there's not an applause at the end. And I know that many people were applauding, but we couldn't hear it. I wasn't prepared to feel as emotional as I am today, but I realized this will be one of my last school board performance. And so I didn't expect to have one since we were ending the year in the pandemic. And so I just really, from the bottom of my heart, want to say thank you. Thank you for bringing that to us tonight. And they were amazing. They were absolutely amazing. Thank you, Chair O'Grady.
Thank you, Ms. Talento. Let's go then to Ms. Van Dorn. Ms. Van Dorn?
Always working on my technical abilities here. It's a real pleasure to hear the music tonight. As you know, you may know, my daughter sang with Miss Severin for 4 years and thoroughly enjoyed that. So it was great hearing the Washington Liberty Choir, and it's always so good to hear this music at Christmas. It lifts our spirits. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Van Dorn. What about Mr. Goldstein? Mr. Goldstein.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to echo the comments of my colleagues and particularly say thanks to Pam Farrell, who always brings a great presentation when she brings one to the board meeting, and also to the students and the singers. As was said, it's a great way to get into the holiday spirit, and we really appreciate hearing the music and, particularly seeing the expertise and proficiency that's coming from Pam and the staff through the students, for everyone's enjoyment. So thank you very much.
Okay, now I'm going to turn to our Vice Chair, Dr. Cannon, and before I give the opportunity to the choral directors to just say a few words, and then Dr. Duran.
Wonderful. Thank you. Yes, absolutely terrific. This is one of the many times that we really notice what we've lost during this time, because having our choral singers come to us in this boardroom and singing live is an experience like no other. And we really, we miss that, especially at this time of year as the holidays are approaching. Beautiful, beautiful music, and congratulations especially to all the singers, but the choral directors who must have put in so much time to put those projects together. Really wonderful. I do want to share, I was going to share it at announcements, but I had the opportunity to participate in H.B. Woodlawn's community sing of the Hallelujah Chorus. So I had my first experience, I'm a choral singer myself, but had my first experience with this virtual part singing where you literally do it in front of your screen, and you have to sing your part alone. no conductor keeping everyone together. You're not experiencing that teamwork of blending and making music together. I think there are absolutely extraordinary skills that you develop when you do it that way. But again, it's tough to not have that opportunity to be singing together as we want to. But amazing work, really puts us in the spirit for the holidays. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cannon. And I am not a choral singer, but I am the mom of a child who actually had the opportunity to sing with Miss Severin as well at WNL. And I really did enjoy the presentation tonight, and you could tell how much work went into being able to bring that to us in our community. So with that, I'd love to hear from Miss Teresa Severin from WNL and also Miss Jocelyn Mullins from Yorktown. Miss Severin.
Hello.
Miss Severin, do you want to start first?
Well, I want to thank Miss Farrell for giving us the opportunity to show our work and to show our kids' faces all on the screen. I think that's one of the things that I miss, seeing all of their faces and hearing their voices blend. And even if we do it virtually and digitally like this, it is a real pleasure. But I do have to give a huge thank you to Jocelyn Mullins from Yorktown. She's the one that taught the rest of us how to do it with her tutorial videos and everything. And it's just could not do it without her. And so she really deserves a lot of the credit for all of the work that we're all doing here in Arlington. So thank you, Mrs. Mullins.
Oh, thank you. No, I'm just going to echo everything that Ms. Severin just said. Big thanks to Pam in helping us get what we needed. We miss the kids and we miss hearing them in person. And these projects are great, but all the teachers were doing a lot of work behind the scenes, pulling all those magic strings. And to restate, it's hard on them to have to learn their part by themselves and then submit it to us. But they're surviving and they're doing a great job with it. And we really love putting these videos together. They do take a lot of time, but at the end, it is so worth it.
I agree.
Couldn't agree more. Thank you all very much. And then I'd like to turn to Dr. Duran.
Yes, I just want to say thank you, Ms. Farrell, Ms. Mullins, Ms. Severin. We're so proud of the work you're doing. I'm very proud of the work you're doing, very thankful for the work you're doing to be innovative and creative and help all of our students to experience success in this space and let us experience that in the joy we did tonight. So thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And I'm really proud of all of you.
Thank you.
Thanks again. For our next recognition, we will be honoring two of our colleagues who are leaving the board at the end of this month, Tanya Talento and Nancy Van Dorn. And I have some comments about each of them, and I'll start with Ms. Van Dorn. On behalf of my colleagues, it is my pleasure to express sincere gratitude to Nancy Van Dorn for her dedicated service to Arlington Public Schools over the last 6 years. Ms. Van Dorn was appointed to the school board in September 2014, subsequently serving as vice chair in 2015-16 and as chair in 2016-17. During her tenure, she oversaw the opening of new schools and multiple boundary adjustment processes. She also worked to strengthen the collaboration between APS and Arlington counties on facilities and transportation. Ms. Van Dorn is a true education advocate. Prior to joining the board, she had more than a decade of experience as an APS parent, volunteer, and leader. Ms. Van Dorn served in multiple leadership roles. She served as a PTA president for Thomas Jefferson Middle School, chaired the Arlington Special Education Advisory Committee, and served on the Multimodal Transportation and Student Safety Committees, the Family and Community Engagement Working Group, and the Arlington Career Center Parent Advisory Committee. She also served on the Advisory Council on Instruction, now known as the Advisory Council on Teaching and Learning, the County Council of PTAs, and the ADHD Task Force. A strong advocate for students and parents, Ms. Van Dorn was a co-founder of the Arlington Latino Network and founder of the Arlington ADHD and Arlington Reading Support Groups. Prior to her involvement with APS, she served as a volunteer teacher and community organizer in Nicaragua, utilizing her Spanish-speaking skills. Throughout her tenure on the school board, Ms. Van Dorn has fought for equitable access to quality educational opportunities for all, especially for our students with disabilities. As chair, she championed reading and expanding resources for all students. She is compassionate and committed in her desire to help all families. In particular, she has helped Spanish-speaking parents and all parents navigate the special education process. Ms. Van Dorn is a systems thinker focused on APS students. Beyond helping one child, she looks for system-wide fixes to benefit all children. She has worked to expand community voices and to diversify representation. She is a strong champion for students and believes in going the extra mile to help a student or a family. Ms. Van Dorn always brings passion and a well-defined point of view to her work that is informed by her unwavering dedication to serving all students, her vast experience, and her in-depth knowledge of education and APS. In meeting after meeting and in work sessions, her thoughtful questions and comments reflect how deeply she cares about doing our best for all students. She goes to great lengths to serve the system as a whole, as well as to serve individual needs. She's persistent in following up to address individual family questions and concerns to ensure APS is serving the needs of each and every student. Closely tied to her support of students has been her work to champion APS teachers and staff to ensure that we are always striving to recruit, hire, and retain our very best teachers and staff. We thank her on behalf of our community and staff for all of her efforts and for the positive difference she's made in Arlington Public Schools. We wish Ms. Van Dorn, her husband Jack, and their 4 children, all graduates of APS, a bright and successful next chapter. Thank you, Nancy. And we're going to hear from Ms. Van Dorn in a little bit, but first I'd like to just read a few remarks about Ms. Tanya Talento. It is my distinct pleasure to share a few words about Tanya Talento. Ms. Talento joined the Arlington School Board on January 1st, 2017. She was a tireless advocate for schools long before she was elected to the school board, which she has served with dedication, hard work, and passion. Ms. Talento is only the second Latina to serve as chair of the Arlington School Board after her mentor, Dr. Emma Villalon Sanchez. As we know, it is critically important that our students see diversity in their leadership and can see themselves in their leaders. Ms. Talento is known and respected among staff and in the community for her strong intellect, thoughtful decision-making, and thorough approach on all matters in her purview. Throughout her tenure, she has been and will continue to be a strong and effective leader and advocate for diversity and inclusion, mental health, for making sure our community knows our schools are safe places where all students can learn and thrive, and for ensuring that all families and students have a voice and are truly heard in Arlington Public Schools. Ms. Talento was born and raised in the DC area and is a proud Latina born to immigrant parents from Guatemala. She's fluent in Spanish as well. She learned to advocate for herself and her brother as first-generation Americans. Her advocacy career began with helping students and their families navigate educational opportunities, especially on behalf of immigrant and minority families. Ms. Talento has been a mentor to many Arlington young adults. She developed a passion for helping others achieve success through education and became heavily involved in local education policy, minority rights, and volunteering. She and her husband Gary have 5 children, all proud graduates of Arlington Public Schools. Professionally, Ms. Talento spent 15 years in the legal firm as key support staff in corporate and international law firms, working her way up from file clerk to legal secretary at Skadden, Arps, Slate, Meagher, and Flom, LLP. Ms. Talento continues to be involved in our community through service on several local boards and advisory councils. She continues to encourage others to get involved, whether by volunteering, through civic engagement, or in neighborhood and community programs. Ms. Talento leaves an impressive imprint on APS, given the historic time during which she served as school board chair, and the magnitude of her decisions and the other decisions that the board made and that she oversaw. While serving as chair, she led the search process and hiring of the current superintendent, working collaboratively with her colleagues and staff on our strategic plan, boundary adjustments, growth initiatives, a challenging budget year like no other, equity and the elimination of opportunity gaps, providing many gains for our students along the way, including the promotion of their mental health and well-being, while maintaining our excellent instruction. All this while also helping APS navigate one of the most significant challenges Arlington Public Schools has faced to date, She served as school board chair for APS through the closure of schools in March due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Her leadership and tireless work during that very challenging time made a huge difference in ensuring all students and families had access to the services they desperately needed in a time of uncertainty. We wish Ms. Talento all the best in her next chapter and thank her for her passion, caring, and understanding, all that she brought to APS. We hope and expect APS will always hold a special place in her heart and vice versa. We know that she will continue to be a powerful force in our community and will keep fighting for equity and success for each and every student in every way that she can. Thank you for your exemplary service, Ms. Talento. And now before we invite Ms. Van Dorn and Ms. Talento to speak, I'd like to invite my colleagues to say a few words. And I will start with our colleague, Mr. Reed Goldstein.
Thank you. Thank you. We knew that Monique would be giving the lion's share of the oratory here, in sending off Nancy and Tanya. So, she told the rest of us that if we wanted to speak, to keep our remarks short. So goodbye and thank you. No, seriously. I want to send my two colleagues off with a hearty thank you. I have learned so much from both of you in our discussions, and especially from the disagreements, where we have debated details on logistics, on cost, on the curriculum, the technology, the vision, the plans, the legal implications, the community involvement, the support from the staff and the support to the staff. And always our North Star is always what we believe is in the best interest of the students. I have leaned on their background, their expertise, and their advocacy to educate me on the relevant issues impacting the most vulnerable and underrepresented members of our community, who they tirelessly represent, advocate for. We all will miss the benefits that they've brought to Arlington Public Schools, to the Arlington community, and to their fellow school board members. Nancy, Tanya, thank you, and good luck in your next adventure, although I know you won't need luck to succeed.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. I'm going to turn to our vice chair and then to Dr. Duran. Vice Chair Dr. Cannon.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Grady. And first, let me start by thanking you for those beautiful words. They fully captured the picture of our two colleagues that we will deeply miss. The combination of the hard work, the dedication, taking on those leadership roles, steering us through many challenging times, especially this past year, but we've had a number of challenges. I've worked with Nancy Van Dorn for 6 years on the board and Tanya 4. And again, that as you went through the various issues we faced, from boundaries to tough budgets to, of course, the pandemic this year, and our most important job that we knocked out of the park, by the way, with hiring our superintendent. As we think through all of that work together, it brings back a lot of memories, but I think what's most important is that every one of those moments that I picture, I really see one theme from both of you throughout. And that is, as Mr. Grady also alluded to, not just a passion, but a vision and a message that every child matters, that we need to listen to them, we need to listen to their families, their parents. We need to overcome our own stereotypes, have high expectations for every single one of them, and to always engage and listen and do as much as we can for every one of those children. You all have been relentless, with that message. And I think one of the most important things I want to share tonight is that you have been heard. We will carry forward your work, because I know that one of the toughest things about leaving the board is that no matter how much you've accomplished, and we've accomplished a lot together, we truly have, you know there's more to do. And that's as it should be. And you will remain here with us. We will carry on your work. We've heard you. We will talk about what you've talked about. We will push ourselves. We will push our leadership. And we will continue to do that engagement and listening to the community that you have advocated for many years. Thank you so much. I've learned so much from you. And I know we will continue to work together in a variety of ways going forward. Congratulations.
Thank you, Dr. Cannon. And I'd like to turn to Dr. Duran. Dr. Duran.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to really personally thank both of you for your support, your guidance, your leadership as I came on board just 6 months ago. It seems like it's been a while, but it's been really 6 months. It's really, truly been a pleasure and an honor to work with both of you. Both of you have provided me such detailed guidance and history and context to APS, but also to the Arlington community. Nancy taking me on a walk to the community.
What the actual number is in a specific trial, but what we need to
someone's speaking.
the real goal of vaccination.
I will pause. Okay. Nancy taking me on your community walks, and Tanya spending several hours and many days in the beginning, every day at the beginning, to really sit with me, and I'll never forget that, and I'm so appreciative of that. I echo, of course, all the comments that have already been said, but I just want to publicly thank you and Nancy, Ms. Van Doren, your strong leadership, your voice for our students with disabilities and students of color has really motivated me and reminded me at times that we have to make sure we bring everyone's voice into all of our decisions, that everyone is being heard, and that the needs of all of our families are truly being met. And Ms. Talento, Tanya, your advocacy and for our immigrant families has stood out, all of our families, but your reminder and push to make sure that our English learners are not forgotten and that we continue. And so I pledge to you that I will continue to be that voice for you, because you've really instilled that in me many times, and it's a passion that we shared. Your social justice and equity and inclusion, both of you are champions of that. I'm going to miss all the detailed memos and follow-up that both of you provided me, the messages, but I certainly know that you can continue to share with me your detailed notes that you, I'm sure, will take as you listen and hear from the community. But truly, that's what really makes us successful, is when we have leaders like you who listen and who, even if you don't agree with what you're hearing, you share and make sure that's brought forward. And so thank you so much for these 6 months formally working with you, but many, many years moving forward to continue to work with you. I hope that we will have that ongoing partnership and relationship to work many, many more years. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Duran. Now I'd like to turn to Ms. Van Doren to make some comments.
This is, I know it's getting long, and I have committed to trying to keep these remarks brief, but I do want to make some remarks, and I basically want to do that by telling a story. 15 years ago, my husband and I moved with our 4 children back here to our home in Arlington after a 3-year tour in Bern, Switzerland. My kids were almost school age, and I was looking forward to being home and having time to work on my next big personal project, writing a novel. I planned to pack my kids off to school each day with the youngest in preschool and have several hours a day to write. Well, there's nothing like the last 15 years of my life to teach me the meaning of the proverb, "We plan, God laughs." I knew going in that I had one child who was a struggling reader. I had contacted the school from overseas and sent along reports and evaluations. I had no idea, though, that from day one, my 2 other attention-challenged children would bring me back to school again and again for parent meetings with teachers about their struggles and challenges. I was confused, buffeted by what felt like criticism of my parenting and my children. I knew no one. I waited alone outside of school each day, waiting for the next criticism. Every day was spent trying to figure out how to support my children, trying to find people to turn to for help. About that same time, I met another set of parents while out at dinner one night. They had twins too. We sat together and exchanged notes. We both had twin girls the same age, first grade. I mentioned one of my girls was a struggling reader and that I had gotten great help for her at school. She had been given something called an IEP right away when we arrived and had reading help and homework assignments for us every night. The other mom was quiet. She had asked for help for one of her girls who was also struggling to read and had gotten none. I confidently went to school the next day and inquired as to how we could help this other mom. The staff demurred. She had to ask at her school, go through a process, and they may not have the same resources at their school that we had at ours. I was stunned. I called her deflated, aghast that an experience from one school to the next in a public system could be so different. Thus began my work with the Arlington Special Education Advisory Committee. Then, at that time, Director of Special Education, Norma Villanueva, asked me to attend a meeting. She said the group could use a parent who had experience with ADHD and dyslexia. I went. It was overwhelming. So many parents seemed to have such greater challenges than mine, working to support their children with mental health issues, autism, and a variety of multiple disabilities. I stayed at the director's urging, listening, and slowly adding my experience and advocacy for system-wide supports for students with ADHD and dyslexia. I also was determined that parents not suffer the way I had, alone and unable to figure out how to get support. So in 2009, I started my first listserv for parents of students with ADHD, and then another for parents of struggling readers. The list blossomed. Parents could talk and advise one another at all hours of the night across Arlington. I compiled reports for ASAC and the school system on parent experiences. I really hoped for change. As I immersed myself in these disability issues, I knew parents had to have an organized voice. I also knew the system needed to reflect on its services for students with disabilities. With Dr. Emma Vilan Sanchez and James Lander's support, the school board acted to undertake the first ever evaluation of special education services. Things started to happen. 504s became more prevalent. ATSS began to identify students quickly who needed support. Inclusion in the general education setting became a priority for all students, regardless of their disability. I look back now to 10 years ago with another evaluation completed in 2018. Have we gotten anywhere? Frustratingly, I say not far enough. We need consistency across the schools to support and ensure all students with disabilities, different learning styles, and different backgrounds achieve. We need to say dyslexia and support students with dyslexia. We need to stop telling children with ADHD to just settle down and behave. We're not there yet, not yet. We also need to support our teachers and staff. We need to hear and address problems when they need help. We need to provide more training and coaching, conflict resolution, and general management strengthening for our administrators. I have repeatedly brought to the attention of our growing system that our HR efforts need strengthening. To you who have risked coming to me to tell me of these problems, I thank you. I sincerely apologize that your issues are not resolved. Please know I've communicated these and I thank you for your courage. We need you and will only become the best school system we can be with continuous support of you, our teachers and staff. That said, I have hope. Dr. Duran is clearly committed to this work. Despite the pandemic, he is focused on reading and supporting students with disabilities, students of color, and English language learners. He knows our staff is the key to our success. I love his focus on students by name and by need. He is one of the kindest, most people-centered professionals I have ever met. He and APS staff members at the central office know what to do to support our struggling readers. We just need that expertise to make its way into all schools and for all schools to deliver structured literacy and other effective learning approaches consistently to each and every student by name and by need. And we need to hold ourselves accountable for getting this done. I do believe this is underway. I hope that I've served you all well. You've supported me on the school board for the last 6 years. I did not do this alone. I did it with you and for you. I did my best. This job is hard, and there are so many distractions. It's hard to stay focused on learning and instruction when the system is growing so fast. Thank you for your support and constantly being there for me as I worked every single day to serve our community, with students and families always at the center of my attention. Please continue advocating, don't stop. With your support of this board and superintendent and of our entire staff, I do believe APS can appropriately and consistently support all of our students well. We can improve outcomes for all of our students. So parents, families, and staff, stay united. APS needs you and needs your support. Thank you all very much for everything. I've really enjoyed this time.
Thank you so much, Nancy. Now I'd like to turn to Tanya. Tanya?
Thank you, Chair O'Grady. I appreciate the opportunity to speak this evening. And I did not anticipate how difficult it would be for me to say goodbye. And I struggled with whether I would prepare remarks or not, and whether I would go off quietly and say thank you for the honor and the privilege to serve Arlington County. For someone like me, for a high school dropout, a person whose dream was to go to college, and I was not able to achieve that, and I had to leave early. I didn't even get my associate's degree. I was working full time and trying to go to school at night. And my father had gone into this deep depression because my mother had died, and I started caring for my brother. And being an immigrant family, you do not have extended family like others may. There's so many challenges. And I have strength and resilience, and I loved to read, and I learned to read late in elementary school, 4th grade. I found the passion for it because of a teacher. And I figured out how to get my diploma and not my GED because of a board member. And then I became the parent to my brother and was attending parent-teacher conferences with his teachers who were formerly my teachers just 3 years prior to me meeting with them, maybe 5 years. I never expected to be here. The highest office that I sought was president of my elementary school, and I lost. So I've had a journey. I had experiences that for so many years I didn't understand why I kept experiencing some of the hardships and disappointments and what appeared to be closed doors. And then I was blessed, and I was provided an opportunity to focus on community service, which is always something that I wanted to do. And I had gone from being married and being a caregiver of someone with mental health illness to a single mother working and raising 2 kids, depending on my community, on neighbors to help me on the days I had to go work early to get them on the bus, and things like that, which is why I strongly believe in community and making sure that people have access to a village. To then having the opportunity to focus on community service, and I did that through the encouragement of Dr. Vilan Sanchez, who we go back through my raising of my brother. Her son and my brother are friends, and that is how we met. And she had heard about me. And she said, Tanya, we need a voice like yours in the committees. And I thought, oh, sure. I have this time now. I can definitely, serve on committees. And then I walked in to my committees, the English Learner Committee and the Math Advisory Committee, because I love math. And I was sitting alongside people with PhDs and masters and professors at colleges and these amazing accomplished people. And I was not accomplished in that way. But what I realized in all those discussions is that there was a voice missing, a voice like mine, a voice of a working class family, a voice of people who maybe did not have the opportunity to get an education, not out of desire, but out of lack of opportunities or resources. And I realized that as we were giving recommendations, there are students they weren't seeing. And I made a choice at that moment that I could walk out because it was very uncomfortable for me, where I could challenge myself and be this different voice. And that is what I did. And that is what I continue to do. And when I was asked to run for the school board, that is why I ran. And I could not have anticipated the experience, nor having recognized all the challenges that we would face over the last 4 years. So I just want to take this opportunity to thank the Arlington community for believing in me and voting me in to represent them. I work very hard to represent the people that aren't seen and the voices that aren't heard. But I also took my commitment very seriously to represent all of Arlington, and I represent even the loudest voices. And I believe in fairness and justice and making sure that we rise all people and not to the detriment of anyone else, even those that may produce hate towards you. It's those people that we have to love the most and educate. And I believe that. And I could not have been as successful in my tenure, and I could not have failed so gracefully the many times that I did without the support of my colleagues and the superintendents that I had the honor to serve with, and the executive leadership team that was always working behind the scenes to provide us the work. So I want to take a moment to thank you. Thank you, Nancy. It's been an honor to serve with you, to see your championing of all the work that you champion, your advocacy, your passion, your determination. There are things in you that I know I could never be, that I wish I could be. And you have challenged me to be stronger and better. And I did not think that we would end this journey together as we started it. So I just want to thank you for that. And thank you for sharing this very special and significant night with me. And I hope you know that I have grown because of you, and I am a stronger and a better leader because of you. So thank you for that. I want to thank our chair, Monique O'Grady. Monique, you have been a person that has shown me so much about a smile. The power of a smile is so significant. You can have a really bad day and someone smiles at you, a sincere smile that is filled with love and passion, and it melts so much away. And everything that you do and your passion and your advocacy is done with that. I don't know if I can do that. I aim for that, but I know that there are times where I get a little feisty. I've been called a pistol at times, and I love to debate. And I, think it's a strength of mine because I debate with logic and evidence, and I research my points. And being able to work with you and to see how you listen and how you're thoughtful and how you engage and how you bring this joy to your work, even when it is not something that we may agree on, or it's something that your patience, qualities like that. And you have challenged me to think about things, to have vision for things that I'm always looking to process first. Thank you for reminding me about the beauty of a vision and of the creativity that makes amazing new things happen. And I appreciated your support during my chairmanship. I thought we were a great team. I thought we complemented each other and filled the holes that were missing in each other. And I will forever remember our service together and our friendship. And I want to also thank Barbara. Barbara, you and I have a few things that we bond over. And I won't share them in too much detail, but I have always appreciated your support and our discussions and the way that we process our work, and the way that we agree to disagree, and the way that we agree. And I hope that I have challenged you to think about things the way you have challenged me to think about things. I have learned from you. I have learned to be a better board member from you, because I was a new person with you and Reed and Nancy. And so I just want to say thank you for being my colleague, for engaging me in the work, for having the conversations that we had. I'm so grateful for that. And it's been an honor and a pleasure to serve with you. Thank you for that. And Reed, I have to say what I'm going to miss the most are our debates. I know that we don't see eye to eye on everything, but what I've always known is that our value systems are the same. I think that we ultimately want what's best for students, and that we ultimately fight for a better world. We just don't always agree on how to get there. But you have challenged me to think about things differently. You have challenged me to grow. And when I came on the board, you were always so gracious in helping to guide me and in providing me tips on how to be a strong board member. And I always appreciate the level of detail that you go into things, the questions that you ask. I will miss our debates on the dais. But I don't think that I could have been as strong of a board member as I was without them. So thank you for always challenging my thoughts. It made me a stronger and a better board member, and I hope that I was able to provide some of that for you. Each one of you has provided that for me, and the one thing that I will always be grateful for is you all truly valued me as a person and as a colleague, and that you saw the gifts that I could bring to the board that sometimes I didn't even see in myself. And for that, I will be eternally grateful to all of you. There are other 3 people that I really want to thank, to have had the opportunity to have worked with such accomplished people that I admire and that I respect, and that were quiet leaders at times. The strength that they had, the perseverance, and the fight for our students, the fight for equity, all 3 of them, even though some you may not have seen that. And I want to start by thanking Dr. Patrick Murphy. I acknowledge that not everyone was fond of his administration and his leadership. But there are a lot of strengths that I saw in him. And the one thing that I always knew about him, even though people may not have seen it, was that he really believed in equity and in closing the gap. He just didn't always know how. And I'm grateful to have served with him, and I learned a lot from his leadership. And I appreciated his ability to see process and understand process and frame that work. And it was then an honor and a privilege to serve with Miss Cynthia Johnson. For me to have the first Afro-Latina serve as our interim superintendent and to have the honor of serving as chair alongside her was great. And I could not have anticipated that service in having to do that during a pandemic. And thank you for that journey, for being on that journey with me. It was an honor to serve with you, Cynthia, and it'll a journey that I will take with me for the rest of my life. And we selected a superintendent in the midst of a pandemic virtually. And that was an extraordinary experience. And it's something that we had to figure out how to do. So thank you to my colleagues for the diligent and hard and strenuous work, for digging deep. We only do this once every 10 years. And we had some phenomenal candidates. And we studied and we worked hard. And I think we picked an amazing person. And I am so proud and honored to have had the privilege to have served with you, Dr. Duran, even though I knew that I would be here for a short time. I think that we are leaving the system in good hands. And I know that there are many people who are upset with us right now because we're not operating in-person schools. And I know that there are many people who are terrified because we may open. And there's a lot of criticism that we're receiving in the community for what people perceive as a lack of decision, perceive as us not making decisions, or I think the word is subjugating our responsibility. What I think it's important for Arlington community to understand is that this school board in particular, with our superintendent and our prior superintendent, we're a team. We're a leadership team. And we don't sleep at night. And we think about what we're doing every day. And every conversation that I have with every colleague on the board today, every time we speak, and every time we speak with our superintendent, we have a discussion about reopening. We have a discussion about our teachers and about our families and about weighing that out and trying to figure out how to safely reopen and support our staff and get our students back in school without endangering the lives of people. And that is a weight that we carry. And so I just need to say that I can appreciate, and I hear everyone speaking to us tonight and every other night and in open office hours and in the neighborhoods and in the communities when we happen to walk outside or be engaging in meetings that have been requested of us. We hear you. We're trying to do what the best we can to process it. And I have faith in my colleagues and in the superintendent. And I believe that we are doing the right thing. And I believe that we are working very, very hard to reopen our schools. And I believe that we're trying to do it right. And you know, for all of the people who feel that they can do better, I encourage them to run. Do the job. Do the job. Get in here and work. Work as hard as my colleagues and myself and our superintendent and our ELT team. Our executive leadership team, some of the hardest working people I have ever worked with. And their passion and commitment to do the right thing, to do their job, to serve our community, to serve the board and the superintendent. I can't think of a harder working group of people that exist. And so thank you all. I know that I've talked a little bit longer than I should, but this is my last opportunity. I don't know if I'll run for office again. I don't know if I'll be in a public setting again. So I apologize in advance for the time that I'm taking. But I just want to say thank you to all of you who have taught me about your department, the service that you do, taking the time to show me the work that you're dedicated to, how you're improving the lives of students. recognizing where there have been mistakes, recognizing where you can strengthen, recognizing how to manage the needs of our families, listening to them. Thank you. Thank you for your service. Serving as a school board member is not a service that is done by yourself. I think Nancy said it the best. You don't do this alone. We do it with a lot of people with the support. And there are community members out there that have supported me every step of the way. And I could not have done this without them. All of you who are out there, you know who you are. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you for the honor and the privilege to serve. It is a journey that I will take with me for the rest of my life. And I hope that the work that I have done to bring mental health awareness, the work that I have done to fight for equity and closing the gap, the work that I have done to strengthen our policies and put strong systems in place, I hope that someone comes after me and does it better and fixes the failures that I have and builds on the successes that I was able to accomplish and waters the seeds that I planted as those seeds that were planted before me that I tried to water. Thank you, Arlington, for this opportunity to have served you. I hope that I served you well, and I look forward to continuing to work with you in the community and other roles that may come before me. Thank you, Chair Grady, for giving me the table tonight, and I look forward to our meeting.
Thank you very much, Ms. Talento. We do appreciate your comments, and thank you also, Ms. Van Dorn, for your comments as well. In a regular time, we would have had an opportunity to be able to have supporters and all of the people in the community who wanted to wish you farewell in person. We would have had an event to do that. Unfortunately, because of our situation, we were unable to do that. But later tonight, I hope you'll look in your emails and you will see some words of thanks and gratitude from some people who are your biggest fans. So please look for that tonight. I want to thank you for your passion, your leadership, your dedication, your advocacy. Even though you're leaving the board, all the things that you guys have worked so hard on, they've been ingrained in our system because of your hard work. And we will continue the fight on your behalf. And we want to thank you again. And thank you each for those very moving words that you shared with us. Okay. Now we're going to move on to announcements. On December 21st, there will be a virtual swearing in for our 2 incoming school board members, Christina Diaz-Torres and David Pretty. It will take place at 5 p.m. December 21st through January 1st, 2021, will be winter break for Arlington Public Schools. And on Monday, January 4th, 2021, the board will hold a virtual closed meeting at 7:15 p.m. Now I invite my board colleagues to make announcements. I will start with Mr. Goldstein. Mr. Goldstein. You are on mute, Mr. Goldstein.
Yeah, that was a test to see if you were listening. Thank you. I do have a few brief announcements from my liaison schools, and I'll start with the Arlington Career Center. And unfortunately, I can't display this, but they sent me a short video of teen parenting staff singing to a child from their infant care center, infant care class, through Teams, which enables the parent to engage in their English class. So one of the PEP early childhood education interns has joined the song time as part of her field work. And this is just one example of the many, of how hard and creatively the staff are working to make this new way of school work for all the students. At Arlington Traditional Elementary School, through a PTA grant, ATS vocal music teachers brought Step Africa Artist Residency to students in grades 4 and 5. And at Ashlawn Elementary School, this week Ashlawn kicked off their annual cereal mountain collection. Students bring in cereal boxes and they get donated to ASPAN and to AFAC. And this year they are in particular need of the small variety boxes and also oatmeal. So the school is rallying together for this. So thank you for giving me the opportunity for these announcements, Monique.
Absolutely, Mr. Goldstein. Thank you for making the announcements. Ms. Talento, would you happen to have any announcements this evening?
No, Ms. O'Grady, not Chair O'Grady, thank you.
That's perfectly all right. Well, I will then move on to my announcements since my other colleagues also do not have any additional announcements this evening. First, as I announced earlier, the board has limited amount of time for speakers at a regular We've limited the time for speakers at our regular meeting to 1 hour or 30 speakers, and the sign-up form is activated on the Friday afternoon before the meeting. We understand that some parents and community members are not able to access the form on Friday afternoons, so have had difficulty signing up to speak before all the slots are filled. It's important for us to hear from many perspectives. So beginning at our January 7th, 2021 board meeting, we will initiate a lottery system for speaker slots so that the opportunity to speak is more accessible to a broader community. As usual, the speaker sign-up form will be activated on Friday afternoon, the week before the board meeting. It will be active until noon the Tuesday before the meeting. We will use an online list generator to randomly select 35 names from all of the speaker slips received during the sign-up period. The first 30 names selected will be given speaker slots. The additional 5 individuals will be waitlisted in case any speakers withdraw from the list. We ask that you fill out the speaker request form only once. Duplicate requests will be deleted. We hope this change will provide more equitable opportunities to all community members. If we find that individuals still have difficulty signing up to speak, we will continue to look to improve our process. I'd like to also announce that the school board is accepting applications for the Budget Advisory Council. We encourage interested community members to apply. Information in the application form can be found on the APS website under the About Us tab. Now I'd like to provide an update on communications. Since our last meeting, the school board has received input on the phased return to hybrid in-person learning plan, distance learning model, and the program of studies. All board members and the superintendent review all emails and also receive a weekly report of messages received for consideration. Questions related to the reopening of schools should be directed to engage@apsva.us or submitted via the online form. Due to the volume of messages received, it may take staff some time to provide replies. We appreciate the community's patience. Updates and information on the reopening of schools will continue to be shared by Dr. Duran via School Talk every Tuesday and at board meetings under the monitoring agenda item. The board will not be holding open office hours over the winter break. The next virtual open office hours will be held on January 11th. Information on how to sign up will be shared via School Talk and posted on the APS homepage on Friday afternoon, January the 8th. As always, we appreciate the community's engagement, especially during these unprecedented times. Dr. Duran, do you have any announcements to make tonight?
Yes, I do, Chair O'Grady. Thank you. And if someone can please bring my announcements up, I would appreciate that. I do have a few brief announcements tonight. And as always, the updates on our return to school plan and current year will be presented later on in the meeting. So just a couple of brief updates for this evening and announcements. The 2021 Dr. Martin Luther King contest, as I announced at the last board meeting, is underway. Students were asked to describe in writing or through visual arts how they're contributing to their community and how they can make a difference through acts of kindness in the spirit of Dr. King. Actually, the contest ended today, so it was on for a couple of weeks. We extended an extra day due to the inclement weather, and we have received many, many creative entries from our students at all of our grade levels. So thank you to all of our students who participated in our contest. We're going to begin reviewing all of our entries next week, and we're going to announce the content winners in early January after the break, and the student winners in the various candidates are actually going to be acknowledged at our school board meeting on January 21st. So look forward to honoring them on the 21st next month. A few updates on our meal services and scheduling for the upcoming winter break. As always, I'd like to provide an update. We've served 1,165,854 meals since the start of gathering the data that we've had of this year. And we're continuing with our 22 school locations and our delivery locations in 7 different sites. I do want to take a moment to address the cancellation of meals this week due to weather and understand that the hardship and interruptions in meals causes for some of our families. As you know, we canceled any in-person activities due to snow and icy conditions yesterday and today. And we are planning to provide an additional day of meals during our distribution tomorrow to make up for the missed day. But in the future, we're committed to being proactive and really trying to think ahead and are preparing to provide a special distribution of an emergency kit of meals to families in advance of future weather cancellations. And we'll provide more information on that after the break. But I want to ensure families and everyone that's listening and can share this with families, our meal service is taking place tomorrow and next week during winter break. They've been adjusted to help make sure we provide food during the break from school. So tomorrow we will have 4 days of meals that will be available at all of our current locations. And then next Tuesday on the 22nd, we'll have 5 days of meals for Tuesday through Saturday at a limited number of locations. There will be no service the week of the 28th, and all of our meal services resume on Monday, January 4th at all of our meal distribution sites. And we have been communicating this to all families, but I wanted to remind everyone to be sure and get the word out as we move into the winter break. And thank you, Food and Nutrition Service staff, who really stepped up to be creative for that and provide during our break time. Following our first snow event came quickly this year, as we saw this week. Fortunately, it wasn't as much as up in northeast part of the country got. But it is important to remind everyone that our winter weather procedures, what they will be and what they are going to be, we're following the same decision-making and notification procedures as have been in the past, alerting all of our staff and families about any changes in operations the evening before, and any morning updates communicated by 5 a.m. if there are any changes for that day. Distance learning will continue during inclement weather events, with one exception, that there aren't any power or network outages. And in the event that schools and facilities need to close due to inclement weather, students attending any in-person, right now it's level 1 in our learning support, but if we are in a different level at that point, anyone who's in person would revert to distance learning. This will allow us to protect instructional days wherever possible. But obviously, as I said a minute ago, if it was a major storm related to power or network outage, then we would certainly have to cancel all of the learning instruction, even distance. Inclement weather certainly can and will impact our other activities that take place in schools. So we have a lot of other things, as I just mentioned, meal services, any athletic or activities happening. So it's important to always check our operating status on our website and pay close attention to the messages as we do have future weather occurrences moving forward. Usually in early December, we will kick off the annual Sounds of the Season with many concerts. We were fortunate at the opening of this meeting to have some from our high school students, but some songs. But we have many concerts and performances for the community, and it's unfortunate we're not able to highlight more of those. And I know for many, like myself, this is a time of the year when we get to go to concerts and events and celebrate the holidays. So this year, though, we do have many talented high school students who've posted some beautiful performances online for you to enjoy. And it's so wonderful to see, as we saw in the beginning, how the arts continue and the creativity of our teachers and staff are adapting in our virtual environment. So I hope that you will take the opportunity to enjoy the Sounds of the Season. We have some links here, some YouTube videos, some Vimeo videos here on this page, and I hope that you will enjoy the Sounds of the Season online and celebrate our students. As it was already indicated, Chair O'Grady announced our winter break, the 21st through January 1st. It's hard to believe, just 3 months ago we started the school year and we're already at winter break. I certainly know, and we all know, that this holiday season is very different for all of us. Many of us will not be able to be with our families physically, not able to travel, not able even to gather if we're in the same local area because of the limits on the large number of gatherings, even in person. But I hope everyone will take a chance and find opportunity to rest, reflect, and establish new traditions as we find ways to connect with our families. I know I will be Zooming with many of my family members and not having the opportunity to meet with most of them, and so I hope that we'll all enjoy that new tradition and celebrate and uplift one another. I've certainly been uplifted and encouraged by the generosity I've seen in our community, the kindness, the caring that's happening across all of our schools, especially as we approach the holidays. This past week, I had the opportunity to visit Carlin Springs Elementary. The new principal there, Dr. Mackin, and her staff had organized an amazing, amazing day, handing out winter coats, instructional supplies, art, music supplies, and there was cars lined up out to the street. People were walking in the pouring rain. If you remember, on Monday it was very rainy. They were walking and standing out there. Meals were being given out. I mean, just such an amount of gratitude coming from our families and expressing how much they appreciate and how I appreciate what was happening with the staff there. So big shout out I want to give to Carol Sabatino at Carlin Springs because she led and organized this, and I want to thank her publicly for that. This is just one example, though, of so many that I've heard about and seen in our community. Another act of kindness, the Arlington County Police Department did a toy drive, delivered 500 toys for students in need this week. So much happening in our community, and we have to be thankful and remind ourselves of that kindness and celebrate and recognize. As we approach the end of the week, we know many families will not, again, be physically together, but we know also for students, there are some that won't have the resources to celebrate like the way the rest of us may be privileged to do so. So I encourage everyone, if you're able to, reach out and find a way to support someone. That's great. And if not, just find a way to make sure that you're taking the time to rest and recharge. There is no denying that this pandemic has had an effect on all of us, especially mentally, and the much needed time to break is so important for us. And even though we're off and we have the opportunity, I hope everyone will be vigilant, practice physical distancing, wearing your mask, protecting yourself and others. And I want to wish everyone a happy holiday season. Look forward to welcome everyone back in the new year. I want to end my announcements, as I always do, with just an update on our school board action plan. A few updates here. Since the last board meeting, the school board adopted new elementary boundaries, and the staff has now begun working to inform community members about this. A press release and a school talk message went out to the community to announce the school board decision. And staff is now working on notification letters that will be sent to families in the planning units that have been reassigned. The letters will go out by the 21st of this month, and families whose students are eligible for school board grandfathering, that was part of the decision, have until January 8th to let us know, because we need this information to plan effectively to staff next school year. And so we're sending that information out as soon as possible. We also have begun the school renaming process. First, for the new neighborhood school opening at the Key site, a committee has been formed, and that's being led by Principal Claire Peters and Dulce Carrillo from the Department of School and Community Relations. The first meeting of that committee actually was held last night, and we have details of that process posted on our Engage page, as well as the timing for upcoming processes as it relates to that. Starting in January, we'll also begin the school name process for the new building at the Reed site, and that's where it'll be most of the McKinley students next year, but that process will begin in January through March. And then in April, we will launch a renaming process for the Key Immersion program, where that community can explore any changes that they would like to make or reaffirm the current name that they have of Key Immersion. All names will be in effect for the 2021-22 school year. And if anyone is interested in information on the naming process, the timelines, how you can participate as a community member, all that is on our APS Engage website. We definitely are underway with our school resource officer work group. The December 3rd meeting, we announced who those members were. The work group held their first meeting last week, and they're going to begin to meet monthly through May. As I shared in the last meeting, they'll be in 4 subgroups. And in June, the school board and I will be receiving their recommendations that result from all that work. Coming up on January 13th, the work group will hold a community engagement session, and more details will be available soon for all our community members who are interested in participating or who may just want to watch. Stakeholders can stay up to date on all of this initiative around the SRO work group, also on our Engage page, and certainly you can write us any questions or comments about that at engage@apsva.us. In terms of our school board policies, tonight we have one school board policy in the review process that is ready for information that you'll hear later. That is a proposed amendment to the policy on prevention, intervention, and remediation. And currently, the draft property policy is available for public comment, and it is open through January 1st. So anyone who's interested in that can look online in our Engage website. And that concludes my announcements for this evening, Chair O'Grady. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Duran. I'd like to give my colleagues the opportunity to ask any questions about your announcements this evening, and I'll start with Ms. Van Dorn. Ms. Van Dorn? Ms. Van Dorn, you're on mute, maybe?
On more that it's time for everybody to really breathe and settle in and enjoy family as much as we possibly can. We have a few more months of difficult times ahead of us, and the more we remember how important our families are and our friends and get connected in all the new ways we're having to do that, let's just hang in there a little bit longer. Thanks. Happy holidays.
Thank you, Ms. Talento. Thank you, Ms. Van Dorn. Ms. Talento?
Thank you, Chair O'Grady. I don't have any comments. I appreciate the information shared this evening, but I do realize that as the school board meeting goes on, we're going to be digging into the work at hand, and so I do want to take this opportunity and follow Ms. Van Dorn's footsteps and wish everyone a safe and happy holidays. Considering the circumstances that we find ourselves in, this is going to be, I think, difficult for many people in our community and our country, but just as all storms do, this too shall pass. And we just need to survive this so we can focus on recovery and come out stronger on the other side. And I think this is a time for reflection and a time to try to find the good things that we have surrounding us that sometimes are overshadowed by the darkness that we're experiencing through this difficult time in our country and in our world. So having said all that, to that extent, I do think we can find happiness in this holiday season and definitely hope for a better and safer and healthier New Year. So I wish that to everyone. And thank you, Dr. Duran, for providing an update on the meal service, on the work of our SRO work group, and that all that work that's coming before us. And on the videos for those holiday tunes. I look forward to checking them out. Tonight's videos are great. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Ms. Talento. Mr. Goldstein?
Thank you. I just want to echo what Nancy said and what Dr. Duran said about taking the opportunity of the break to relax and take care of oneself and each other, and acknowledge that, you know, the stress that we have all been under as a result of this pandemic and the incredibly different and difficult year that we have all been through in all facets of our lives, not just the school division, and to take this time to recharge and try and relax. And you know, we're going to go into the new year. The pandemic is still going to be with us, although we hope that with the vaccine, you know, we've kind of crested the, you know, the top of the problem, and we'll be going down the other side. It's still going to take a while, and there's still going to be a lot of stress, and we need to acknowledge that and figure out ways that we can do stress reduction for ourselves, our families, our loved ones. So this is my hope for everyone for the holiday season. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goldstein. I note that Dr. Cannon does not have any comments during announcements. I wanted to wish everyone a very happy holiday season. I know that 2020 has been one heck of a year. And in everything that we've been through together as a community, sometimes it's hard to find things to be thankful for. But I want to say that this year I'm incredibly thankful for the times that our community has come together to help others who have faced so much hardship during the coronavirus pandemic. I have found that we have grown together as a community, even in spite of all of the hardship that we've faced. And that gives me hope for 2021. And I'm hopeful that we can continue to support one another so that as we move into a new year, we can look for new opportunities to support one another as we work to try to come back together in person. I do note from what we heard from some of our families today, how tough the year has been for them, for their children. I am hopeful, and we are all working very hard to make sure that 2021 moves us in a direction to bring us all back together. So I think that's important. And Dr. Duran, I did have one question about one of the announcements you made, and it's around the key immersion community moving forward. During my open office hours, I did hear from a parent who was concerned about how the community might be moving forward in their new building, and they were seeking more direction, more understanding, and didn't know if we could share what we're doing to help them move forward and have a successful entry into their new home.
So is the question about the naming? I want to be clear.
It's
Sorry,
not necessarily about the naming, Dr. Duran.
Okay, sorry.
No, that's quite all right. I know you did make an announcement about the naming. However, the naming is just one aspect for that school that's going to be new. And they were concerned regarding whether or not they were getting enough support to move forward with planning for their for their move and their location and the changes coming forward, and didn't know if you might be able to speak to that or someone on the staff.
We certainly, as we're moving forward with any of the moves, and you're asking specifically about key, we will work with the principal and the PTA. I know that the principal is taking a tour this week of the new site, and we'll work directly with her to make sure that the community is well aware of all those different changes and opportunity to see. And so we are just beginning that process as the moves are the boundaries just was adopted at the last meeting. So we're going to move that forward, and we'll have more announcements on all of that.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Duran. I appreciate that, and I do know that some members in the community are anxious about that move. So I understand that staff have been working to get that started, and hopefully in the new year we can support their questions and concerns as they look to their new home. All right, I do appreciate that. We are completed with our announcement portion of our agenda. We're now at the consent agenda. May I have a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
I move we adopt the consent agenda.
Thank you, Dr. Cannon. And is there a second?
Second from Nancy.
Thank you, Ms. Van Dorn. The clerk will call the roll.
All in favor of the motion, please say yes. Those opposed say no. Ms. Van Dorn?
Yes.
Ms. Talento?
Yes.
Ms. O'Grady?
Yes.
Dr. Cannonen?
Yes.
Mr. Goldstein?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Ms. Elliott. I'm pleased to announce that under consent, the school board approved project changes for stormwater improvements at the Reed site. This is a county initiative to address stormwater issues in the community, and there's no cost to APS for the work. The board also approved extending the temporary waiver to residency distance in policy J-5.3.30 admissions to support students and families who have been unable to return to their homes in Arlington due to the pandemic. Finally, the board also made appointments to the Joint Facilities Advisory Council, including appointing Kathleen McSweeney as chair and Stacy Snyder as vice chair, effective January 1st, 2021. The list of additional appointees can be found on board docs. We are now at the monitoring items section of the agenda. The only item is the school year 2020-2021 update. We use this time to review with the superintendent the current educational delivery model, as well as the intentional steps we are taking to return to in-person learning when it's safe for staff and students to do so. Dr. Duran.
Thank you, Chair O'Grady. This is our final monitoring report of the calendar year, and so I'm going to get right into some very important updates. But before I jump into beginning the normal presentation around the metrics, I want to take a pause for a moment before presenting them, because one part of the broader spectrum of considerations that we're doing in terms of making the decisions, I think is important for us to understand. And so this evening I wanted to put like a little visual for us to try and see and understand what goes into the foundation for the decision making that we're all working on. As we continue clearly to see COVID cases rising, I've received a lot of questions from the community and from staff members about the status of level 1 students, as well as how we're making decisions about the next phase that we have of our return to in-person. And I want to bring some clarity to this because while we continue to carefully, obviously closely track the community transition through our health metrics, there are many other considerations and factors that do impact the decision. And this is certainly something that we're seeing even in changes from public health and guidance. With respect to level 1, we are staying the course in accordance with the state's guidance to continue to support students with disabilities in person. We've been in level 1 for over a month now, and we've been utilizing effective mitigation measures. All of the staff who've been working to support those students in person have done a phenomenal job. And our mitigation measures that we're following are aligned and actually exceed in some cases the recommendations from CDC and VDH. These mitigation efforts are the ones that we have to have in place, and we'll continue to work on making sure they're consistently implemented, always implemented, as we move to level 2 and level 3. As we certainly see and have larger groups, once we move to those levels, we have to make sure that all of those mitigation strategies are consistently, tightly being followed. We know, and we've all been hearing more and more, even with the vaccine coming, there is no zero risk scenario for schools in the foreseeable future. Even when vaccines start to become available, it's still going to be quite some time before we see that zero risk. So in addition to the COVID-19 health and operational data, we have to weigh the significant mental health challenges, the learning loss we're seeing, and other hardships that students and families are facing. And we know that some students are doing very well. And I've gotten a lot of emails and comments and cards and all kinds of things from families and students who are doing very, very well. But we also know that others are falling behind and aren't doing well. So we're all coming to this from different perspectives. And we must and we have to continue to work together to move forward with our in-person plans for more students, that when we're able to do that, we have to focus on making sure we're all effectively mitigating those measures that we all know are important to protect our staff and our students. And in addition to the plans for hybrid learning, it's very important that we take immediate steps, and we are doing that, to improve distance learning happening right now and for those families who will want to stay. And we have to provide more in-person supports for some families and students who need it. We have to continue to work on how we will do that. And it's not an easy task, certainly not. But we have to ensure that all students are able to continue learning and progressing, whether they're doing it in person or remotely. And that is the commitment we have to continue to all have. There's been a lot of questions about when would we go level 2 and level 3, and so we're going to have more information on that after winter break. Really pausing to look, many school divisions right in our area moved quickly, and now they're all back into remote status and going back and forth. And as we consider those things operationally, making sure that our staff are safe and our staff are able to come and have the proper mitigations in place. And I'll talk a little bit about some of those later on this evening in terms of the air quality as one element. There's a lot that has to go in place, but again, this graphic here, I hope people can understand and see, here are many of the things that all go into place as we consider any next steps. And obviously at the top is our public health metrics, where we see currently that they continue to be on a very high level for Arlington County, in the high-risk category for the indicator of number of cases. And this benchmark criteria we're using is directly related to CDC, not something we created on our own, and VDH, and we've aligned our dashboard with that rather than other various benchmarks we were previously displaying. So this is not we didn't make this up. I get emails and questions, how did you make these indicators up? We did not make these up. These are directly related to CDC and VDH guidance. And we will look at that and weigh heavily on that. We still look at additional metrics here to see, just as tracking, to understand some of the other indicators, but the last slide was the primary ones. We also have our operational metrics, where we're providing our progress towards being able to have the things we need in place to ensure that we can have a safe opportunity to be in person. We also have gotten a lot of questions around the exclusion data here. We provide the percent of students and the percent of employees who've been excluded. We don't have the number here, and we certainly don't have the location. As was indicated earlier, there was some questions about this in previous board meetings. I've talked about this, but we've heard requests from families and employees to report more about numbers of staff and students who are being excluded because they've either tested positive or they're presumed positive or they were in close contact. And right now, with our level 1 numbers being so small in terms of the number of employees and the number of students that are in person, we've just been putting the percentage. So I heard a lot of questions and comments from our community, and our parents have asked and teachers have asked. So I'm going to take this back and look and bring back an update at the next board meeting how we can better report some more transparency. We're not trying to hide any number. We do want people to be aware and know when there are cases in terms of the numbers division-wide. We'll not be reporting, specific names, of course, or any individual locations, because that could be identifiable to people, and people have privacy laws in terms of privacy protections, in terms of if they are one of those individuals. But I do want us to be as transparent as possible, as open as possible to showing the numbers of what's happening. And so I will work very closely with staff, and at the next board meeting bring an update on how we can enhance that section to be a little clearer for our families and for our staff who want to know and need to know. And I appreciate and hear that loudly and clearly. Obviously, the key takeaways are similar, that we're in a high-risk category, that several of our secondary indicators are moving back and forth between low and moderate. Our employee exclusion and student exclusion percentage did see an increase into Thanksgiving right around that time, but it has now decreased since. And again, that's the percentage. So these are important data metrics. They're not ours. They're CDC, VDH, and they're something that we pay very close attention to and will pay close attention to as we, again, look at all those factors that weigh in on any next decision. And so right now, as you know, we're still in level 1. Level 2 and level 3 will bring more information on what that might look like moving forward. In preparation for level 3, we did have a survey that went out to our parents to ask them to select their preference, whether it would be distance or in person. And so I want to provide some information, high-level results on that. This chart on the left shows the total number of secondary family and students. Remember, level 3 is secondary. And this is as of Monday. And so we can see the information we have as of Monday is that 54% selected hybrid, 39% selected full distance, and we do have 7% who, as of Monday, I believe the number may have come down a little bit as schools are reaching out, but who had not replied. And so remember, as I've stated before, those who didn't reply, our secondary schools are reaching out to try and find out what their parents' choice would be. The chart on the right shows the percentages of families who actually made a change. So we had 5,300 families change their preference from July to now, and 89% of those who did make a change went from hybrid to distance, and 11% of those who made the change went from distance to hybrid. So you can see that information there. We also break down our subgroups here in terms of how those families chose distance or hybrid, and you can see here special education, 49% hybrid, 39% virtual. English learner families, 44%, the majority virtual, 41% hybrid. Economically disadvantaged students, 46% virtual, 39% hybrid. We'll continue to get more updates on that again as our families who did not indicate a preference are, getting that information, is reaching out to those families. The last report provided a deep dive on PALS data, which is some reading assessment data for elementary students. Tonight's report, I'm going to focus on secondary. First, on our secondary first quarter grades compared to previous years, and then a snapshot of our secondary students, how they did on reading inventory scores. Next school board meeting in January, I'm going to share some information on math. As a part of our assessment of student performance in distance learning, we conducted a comparative analysis of our middle and our high school students' first quarter grades. And we disaggregated that into subgroups of ethnicity, students with disabilities, English learners, and economically disadvantaged students. The analysis we provided is a comparison of secondary first quarter grades in the 18-19, 19-20, and in this school year. We closely in this report examined the changes students had from earning A's as well as those earning failing grades or E's. What we see overall is the student groups, there were increases in the percentage of E's earned during quarter one of the current year compared to the prior years. Some summary of the takeaways, and it's a very extensive report that is actually online right now on board docs under the monitoring report. Next to this presentation, there is a link to the full report, and it also will be on our webpage under resources. But a couple of high-level key findings here. The percentage of students earning E's in quarter one increased for all student groups when compared to previous years. Middle school saw an increase of 0.7% earning an E to 2.1%, so 1.4% increase for middle school. High school had an increase from 4.3 to 5.4% earning an E, so a 1.1% increase. The amount of increase among our racial, ethnic, gender, and other student groups was the highest for students with disabilities, who had a 6.2% increase, and English learners with 11%. And interestingly, wanted to break down and understand as we talk about Hispanic or Black students, we wanted to look at, and you'll see in the report, it's broken down Black non-EL and Black EL students, and we see more of a higher, increase in E's as it relates to Black EL learners at 7% and Hispanic English learners at 15%. But again, the full report is available, and we are certainly reviewing it and looking at it and we will work on it. Our principals just received it today so that they can begin to analyze and look at that. But as we think about that, and we have to make sure, again, as I said a minute ago, what are we doing now in our current state, not just moving forward. And so we have to make sure that we're monitoring academic performance, access to technology, are students even accessing, because that might be the reason why they have an E. Are they not logging on? What are some of the social emotional needs that students might have? Very, very important. And so a couple of things to address this right now. The workspace program, which helps address student issues that are having trouble connecting or just needing an opportunity to engage or be in a workspace. That's one thing that is happening at the secondary level and starting to move on, and I'll share a little bit more about that in a moment. Middle schools, some of our middle schools are restructuring their advisory periods to have more intensive support for the EL students whose first quarter grades showed some negative drop there. Offering Core Plus at our middle school level to general ed and EL students who need that additional support. This course is similar to the instructional studies for students with IEPs, providing those students with executive functioning support and additional time to focus on assignments and prepare for assessments. And so these are some of the things: ongoing virtual office hours, small group instruction during asynchronous time on Mondays, targeted remediation on Mondays after school, communicating with families about what's happening, checking in weekly. So there's a lot of things that we can do and are happening in many of our classrooms and schools, but we need to make sure, now that we're seeing this data in this way, that we're being consistent about how we are addressing our secondary students. So more information, a lot more detail on the report that's online. With that, I want to now move to reading. As I said, we talked about PALS data for elementary. This is another indicator through the reading inventory data on how our students are progressing and what supports might be needed currently for them in distance learning, something we have to look very closely at now. The reading inventory is a screener used at the beginning of the year with all of our middle school students, grades 6 through 8. and they get a Lexile score from the assessment, which falls into one of 4 categories: below basic, basic, proficient, or advanced. The data here that we're seeing, that you see on this slide, shows there's a slight increase in the percentage of students in grade 6 who are performing in the below basic and basic compared to last year, but our grade 7 and 8 have remained fairly consistent, and this is overall, all students. And teachers, in collaboration with the middle school reading teachers, are focused on students who require additional support to access grade level curriculum, and seeing this data helps to be able to focus on those in the below basic range. And now if we think about what does that look like for some of our subgroups, because overall we don't see at the 7th and 8th grade any major changes, 6th grade slightly overall, but let's see as we look at subgroup, which is very important to dig deeper. So this shows the fall reading inventory data by race and ethnicity, and here we see more of our Black and Hispanic students performing in lower proficiency levels. This fall data looks similar to what we saw in previous school years though, and we know that we need a lot more work to do to target those students. And again, what I said earlier about the grades, I think is something we have to disaggregate even further. When we say Black and Hispanic students here, we need to break down Black versus EL versus non-EL to understand what's really happening, particularly when we're talking about reading data, to understand if it's a learning another language issue, and then what are the strategies and supports for that. This work does not also begin in middle school, which is why we've talked a lot about last meeting, and why we're going to continue to talk more and more about how we address significant literacy needs of our students as a system before they leave elementary school, and how do we have an APS literacy framework that all of our students and all of our schools experience. Middle school is not the time to begin focusing on literacy. It's a time to make sure, though, where we do see concerns, that we are addressing them. This is a lot of data on this slide, I know, so let me give you a high level of what we're seeing here. This slide really shows a closer look at our middle school performance of Hispanic students by EL status. So this is our Hispanic EL students. And you can see here Hispanic students are performing in the below basic level. Looking at level 1 through 4, we can see that's where we see a little bit more of the below basic. As we look at Hispanic students who are not English learners, which are the last 3 bars on the far right, the majority of them are performing in the proficient or advanced level on the reading inventory screener. So again, as we break apart to understand EL versus non-EL, then we know that our students who are English learners really is an area that we have to focus on and provide some additional supports. The next 2 slides show reading inventory data for all English learners disaggregated by their EL status. So this graph shows all English learners, levels 1 to 4, the last 3 years, and students who are English learners level 1 to 4 who are still acquiring English language proficiency at the beginning are primarily in the below basic range. And again, you can see that that has been consistent over the last 3 years where we have, and that makes sense in terms of students who are at the beginning of levels 1 and 2 on this particular inventory showing an area of below basic, and that's when we have to also look at some of their WIDA data to see how they're progressing in acquiring English. But here we want to look now at English learners who are at level 6, which those that are proficient, or those that are temporarily identified. Remember last board meeting I shared those temporarily identified are those that we've not yet provided on the WIDA assessment, but we know that they answered yes on the home language survey. So here we can see there appears to be an increase in the percentage of students in the basic range over the last 3 years. And so that's something we can, these are students on the higher end of proficient. This slide here are students with disabilities, and here in addition to the reading inventory data in the fall, students with disabilities also participated in another assessment, DIBELS, for grades 6 through 8, and DIBELS helps measure provides help in measuring students' performance on important reading skills that are necessary for beginning, reading, phonic awareness, phonics, fluency, vocabulary, comprehension, all of those things. And from DIBELS, we can see that the indicators of the students' overall reading status are not intended to be in-depth or comprehensive measures of reading, but they do provide teachers the information on how they're progressing. And so here we can see that the results from DIBELS are being used, and we need to continue to use them in a way to determine individual learning goals and making sure for our students with disabilities that we're actually targeting those individual goals, that we're monitoring the progress, and so that we're ensuring that our students with disabilities are getting the supports they need. But clearly, as I stated at the last board meeting with the PALS data, the literacy scores we're seeing, there are some drops and some concerns in the area of virtual learning right now that we're in, but many of these are not surprising to us in some of these subgroups because it's an issue that we've seen, as you can see, over the last 2 years on this chart, and it has got to be an area of focus for us moving forward in virtual learning, in-person learning, and when we get back to being fully in school in person, which we're calling level 4, it has to continue to be an area we've got to do better, and we will do better here in APS about supporting literacy for all students. As I said previously, this data is so important to inform the path forward, to target our students now, just to help them in the future. And as I said at the last board meeting about PALS data, it's got to be on helping focus our Tier 1 instruction, making sure our teachers have all the resources they need, the supports they need for those students that are struggling, particularly at the elementary level. And as I stated again, like a broken record, research clearly tells us that the use of small group core literacy instruction is the most effective way to meet our students' needs and help them advance through reading proficiency. And we have to be strategic, and we have to target our supports that our students need based on the screening and assessment data. And looking forward to sharing more with the board and the community about the work we're doing around the assessment data and the screener that are needed at the early ages to help us identify particularly students who are not identified in the current data we have, and many of them tend to be students with dyslexia. So a lot more will continue in my monitoring report each month. On next month, I'll move to sharing some math data, some areas of concern, some areas where we don't see major changes, but also to make sure that we have all the resources in place and moving forward. Next, I think the slide is off. Okay, thank you. I want to be able now to focus a little bit more on our in-person learning support and what's happening there, and we're happy to see some of this taking place. So in addition to level 1, we definitely have had some students that have begun to get some learning support at the elementary level. We have currently 66 students who are participating at Drew, Hoffman, Boston, and Ashland elementary schools. And Randolph Elementary is going to be added to this as a 4th location starting on January 4th. This is for our families at the elementary level who have been identified as students with greatest need. There may be families who need the support because of working, or maybe students who are struggling. So that's something we're working with our elementary sites to identify, and they're participating in distance learning Monday through Friday with supervision and support by our extended day staff. We do have a limitation of 50 students per building, so right now, again, we do have some space because we have 66. And our extended day is continuing to reach out to participants and families based on information that's been given to us from principals and also in participation with the county. So I'm really pleased that we've been able to put this in place for those 3 sites, and then again on January 4th for our 4th site. Also at the secondary level, we have the workspace program, and it's expanded. Previously, I had mentioned we had a pilot that was taking place at Wakefield. We have now moved and expanded to Yorktown, Washington Liberty, and Arlington Career Center. And this is students having the opportunity Tuesday to Friday, 4 days a week, to come to the school by sign up or sometimes invitation to help with just being a space to be able to work in school and have the environment that's conducive to help them. Maybe it's connectivity that may be a concern, or just being able to engage differently in their distance learning. Here's a few slides from Arlington Career Center in Wakefield. So I really thank all of our staff at the elementary and secondary levels. Our middle school principals are interested in potentially how we can move and expand there as well. So operations, a lot of questions on air quality. And I'm going to focus on that this evening for the operational section. I am very pleased to report and to share that we have placed an order for 250 certified air cleaning devices, or CACDs. And these are Association of Home Appliance Manufacturer and California Air Resources Board and Underwriter Laboratory certified. They have true HEPA filters. They have been ordered and will be deployed in all level 1 and level 2 phase 1 classrooms. Wherever outside air changes do not meet the recommendations and or that have filters rated less than MERV 13. Additionally, we're ordering these so that's already taken place in the initial order for those classrooms. We are going to now be ordering for level 2. The remainder of level 2 classrooms would be phase 2 and 3 in that level, as well as our level 3 classrooms. Again, those are for classrooms, I'll repeat, that outside air changes do not meet recommendations or they have filters rated less than MERV 13. So I'm really pleased that we're able to move forward with these devices to get them in our classrooms. The deployment of the CACDs will help to increase the classroom occupancy. We have more information on this on all of our schools. As I indicated at the last board meeting on the 14th, we were going to post this. This has been posted, and the report is available on the maintenance section of the APS website. And so if any community members are interested in seeing and learning more about that. And I will conclude, as always, with the financial projections and where we are. With regards to our revenue projections, there have not been any changes to the revenue projections. We're still awaiting to hear from the county any revenue decrease, so we continue to have the range there. And so right now, our range continues to be revenue loss currently of 16 to 23.1 million. And again, this could change, even though it hasn't changed since the 3rd. There are conditions that could have this change. Obviously, a big one, once we get the county actual revenue decrease, that will help us to know more. The cost projections, this slide is our estimated costs. We're continuing to identify what those costs may be. So you can see here the total expenditures for costs are 12.69 million, which is the same as last month. And again, we know that some costs will change as we purchase more things, or things may come about to help make sure we're safe, so that could definitely change. Savings projections, this one does have 2 changes from the last time. We have updated this slide. There's a small increase in savings from hourly wages, and also a substantial increase in savings from utilities and motor vehicle fuel. And so now the projected savings is about almost 9.6 million, 9.58. With all of the revenue costs and saving projections, we now see we have a $19.07 to $26.17 million shortfall. Again, this may and will change as we move forward. We have a preliminary look here at our fiscal year 20 closeout. These figures have not changed and actually are final, and you'll see and learn more about this in our fiscal closeout report later this evening that Ms. Peterson will be presenting. So overall, we do have $27 million available for reallocation. This slide here shows that what our gap would be if we use what I will be recommending, and you'll hear more. You'll see this recommendation is in our fiscal closeout report. $15 million of that being used to help close the gap. That would reduce our gap to 4.1 to 11.2, and again, the range is due to the county revenue decrease we're not sure of yet. So 4.1 to 11.2 is where I say we stand currently. If the board would to approve the recommendation of the 15 million. I don't recommend using more than that amount because we are facing significant challenges in the 22 budget, and we want to have some money aside from there. And so certainly the 4.07 to 11.1 will continue to provide updates as we look at some of our savings that we saw in operations and whatnot from the fiscal year 20. As we begin to analyze that a little bit further, some of those areas will help us to be able to close that 4.7 to 11.1. So that would need to be, though, obviously funding and savings of things that are in this current budget of this current year. And with that, I will conclude all my updates, Madam Chair, and open up for any questions that you and your colleagues may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your report, Dr. Duran. I will move to my colleagues now, and I'll start with Ms. Talento. Ms. Talento, questions or comments on the presentation?
Thank you, Chair O'Grady. Thank you, Dr. Duran. I appreciated the presentation, and I do have a couple of questions. But first, I wanted to thank you for sharing the data that you did and for the attachment that you provided. That was very, very important information to have as we move forward in this pandemic. One thing that I want to emphasize, which I heard you say, but just to emphasize, since I am leading the board and to my colleagues as well, we get a lot of advocacy about opening schools and that our most vulnerable are students of color, our English learners, our students with disabilities, our economically disadvantaged students are suffering the most. But they're also some of the communities that are most impacted by the COVID. And even if we reopen schools, they may not all return, and that's their choice and their right, and they may prefer virtual. And so I don't want to make sure that with all the advocacy and all the work happening, that we don't lose sight of the fact that we need to address these gaps that are growing and are being impacted by the pandemic, the environmental factors that the pandemic is causing in families, as well as virtual learning and not perfecting that yet. I want us to continue to strengthen that, which I know you're already focusing on, but I just want to remind my colleagues, which they may not even need reminded, but the community as well, that this isn't just about reopening schools to support these needs and these growing gaps. We're going to have students in these groups that choose to stay home and do virtual learning. And we need to make sure that we're supporting our staff and our teachers to support them and thinking about creative and innovative ways and using the tools that research is showing us work virtually. So I just wanted to make sure that I emphasize that point that you made, Dr. Duran, about making sure that we are strengthening our supports, digging deep down into the data to understand where these gaps specifically are, and then working on our students with them both virtually and when we return in person. So I just wanted to thank you for sharing that, for the transparency, for the depth of that report. And there is one thing that I noted as I was looking at the other attachment, as I was reviewing the different cohorts and the different grade levels and the different data, I noticed that we had increases in our students who were getting E's and decreases in our students who were getting B's. And in general, the C and the D's average was not, most of the time, significant percentage change. And I think if we have the ability, it would be important to dig a little deeper and find out if the students who are getting E's, there's some students that we should be supporting, need to work with, but have been having these challenges and struggles longer term. Where is the increase coming from? Are we getting students that were traditionally B students and A students dropping to E's? Or is everyone dropping one grade level down? I think it's important to understand that fact, because generally when students drop from a B to the E level, there are other environmental factors happening there, maybe not just challenges in instructional delivery or access. So just seeing if there is any data that shows there's a cohort of students, is it a mental health crisis happening? Are these families that are having environmental factors like death in the family or their loss of a job? Are there other things that are happening that are causing these grades to drop that aren't just about instructional supports, but maybe having wraparound services provided? So just some food for thought. I know that we have a lot going on. So the first question I had is regarding the exclusion piece that you mentioned. I think it was on slide 6. I know you talked a little bit about exclusion and providing us more data and protecting the information of the people in the situation, but can you just clarify, when we say exclusion, are we saying, my understanding is that when we say student exclusion or staff exclusion, it means that there's a student who is either being quarantined or has been tested positive with COVID, and the same for staff. And as we've been moving through this work and opening in level 1, I started hearing this word, and I want to make sure that I'm understanding that correctly. When we talk about student exclusion and employee exclusion, are we talking about staff members and students who have tested positive for COVID or have been in direct contact with someone who's tested positive and therefore are, quote, excluded from attending school and are in quarantine or something to that effect? Can you provide that clarity? Make sure that I'm understanding it well as our community.
Yes, so the exclusion would be for students and staff who either tested positive, as you said, correct, or were in close contact with someone who did, or the third category would be someone who was symptomatic. And we have
Okay.
those questions that we ask individuals as they come to school or as they come into any of our buildings. And if they answer yes to those questions or have any symptoms, they may be also in one of those numbers that would be indicated there.
Okay, so then the percentages that you're showing us are directly related to students and staff that have fallen in one of these three categories. So we can assume that we've had some positive cases in our school system, or at the very least, people who have come into close, direct contact with a positive case, or people with symptoms. So the 6.9% represents 6.9% of students who are attending in-person instruction now that have fallen into one of these three categories. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And same with the employee exclusion, 14.23 of our staff, right?
Yes, and
That's
Mr.
coming in. Does this include staff that is coming in person and staff that is not, or just the
This
in-person?
is just staff who are in person currently.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I really appreciated that. Monique, I do have a couple other questions, but I know my comments were a little bit long. So if you want to move to the next person, I can come back at a second round. Thank you, Dr. Duran. I appreciate that clarity.
Absolutely, thank you. Then I would like to move on to Mr. Goldstein. Mr. Goldstein?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Dr. Duran. I do have a couple of questions. So if you could go to slide 18 from your presentation. And this information from middle school is interesting in that there's not a lot of difference between this year and previous years that we see. And so my question is, how do you explain this information at the middle school level, given the PALS data that we saw at the last school board meeting that was talking about a much more significant difference?
Well, again, this chart shows overall, but when we move forward to the other subgroups, we do see some differences and some concerns there. So overall, we don't see, and I'll see if Ms. Loff wants to comment more on that, but I just wanted to clarify that piece. Ms. Loff, would you like to clarify any more?
Sure. I'm extrapolating here, but I think one way to look at this is that it's true that our PALS data has been declining for a few years. Our PALS assessment is aimed at K through 2, second graders. And so one might think that the instruction and the growth of students in grades 3 through 5 could result in the scores that you're seeing on this first graph. But I would agree with Dr. Duran as we sort of disaggregate this data. We do see some really alarming trends with some of our subgroups, including our L students.
So correct me if I'm wrong or misapplying this or misstating it. But then are you saying that there's something going on in grades 3 through 5 that we're not either testing for or tracking or something that's resulting in a positive change between PALS data that we see, in the earlier grades to what we see there on slide 18 in the middle school grades?
I'm saying that's one possibility. I'm also saying that the students who are current 6th graders are 4 grades removed from our PALS data, and we've seen a decline in the past few years, but it could be that cohort was not as impacted. So I think it's worth sort of digging into. I'm not able at this point to give you a definitive response.
Okay. All right. Thank you. If you could go to slide 20, please.
I would just say one thing while we're going to slide 20, Mr. Goldstein, that What's clear, though, on that slide is that we have a lot of work to do again at the elementary. I want to be a broken record as much as I can because I do want us to all begin to think about, while we've been very focused, and rightfully so, on returning to in school and in-person learning, I don't want us to get caught up in all of that and not focus on the real issue at hand, which is how we really need to enhance our learning for literacy at the elementary grades. And that slide there in the middle school shows that, because again, it does not just happen in middle school like that. This is foundational learning around literacy that needs to happen before our students get there. So I just want to take the opportunity, and you're going to hear a lot of me say that over and over again. So.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. So on slide 20, you had pointed out in your presentation, you had highlighted the far right. This is a little difficult to read, but the far right 3 bars.
Non-EL.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, what does it say at the very bottom?
Non-EL.
Non-EL, yeah. Oh, actually wasn't my question. My question was about the higher WIDA levels. And I mean, we can see all of this red, on the left in the EL levels 1 and 2 and 3. It's getting better in 4 and 5. It's, gotten quite a bit better in the proficient range. But my question is, where did a lot of English learners start? They don't all start in level 1. And so I'm curious about who's getting to the proficient level. How long had they been, classified as English learner students? At what level of proficiency did they enter the WIDA program? Because I'm trying to figure out, is there a difference between those starting in level 1 and their success over the years versus those starting at some level above 1 and their success? Am I making myself clear?
Yeah, that's a very good question. And I think as we've seen with our PALS data, and now with this data, even our grade data, we have to go deeper on those questions you're asking, looking at EL students. So don't have that number right now to share with you, but we are going to come back and share a very detailed overview as we move forward of thinking about how to best support our English learners. And there's a lot of good work happening, as you can see at some of the EL, the higher levels, where we see actually outperforming our students who aren't ELs in many cases. But that is a data point that's often really has to be looked at for EL students, is at what point did you enter and how long do you stay in that level? And that's something that if we have students that are staying in a level for year after year after year, that's a major issue and a concern. So very, very good pointed question. This here was just taking a snapshot of our EL students with regards to reading inventory over the last 3 years. But you're asking a much deeper dive question, a very good one that we will definitely be bringing back more information on.
Okay, thank you. And I fully understand that, the initial data that we collect gives us opportunities and fodder for hypothesizing, some of these issues and problems that then we need to go dig into, as you said. So do you, and then appreciate you saying that, you will be digging in, bringing it back. Do you have an idea of when that will be?
I don't have the calendar in front of me to know when we're bringing back more information, our EL students, but I can circle back with you on that. I don't have it right in front of me I'll have to check with Chair O'Grady and see when it's scheduled. I know we're coming sometime in the future to do that.
Okay, I appreciate that when you get that information. Thank you. Monique, I've got one more question. It's not a very long one, so tell me what you want me to do.
We do have a second round coming, so we can count you in on participating in the second round if that's okay, Mr. Goldstein?
Okay, thank you.
Awesome. We'll come back to you. Ms. Van Doorn, your turn.
Thank you. I'm going to try to be really brief. I had corresponded with Dr. Duran today, and I'm going to consolidate 3 questions into one because it really all comes down to students and supporting students and supporting parents in this time of distance learning. And it's a question that I've asked many, many times before about how you get help. I got a question yesterday about truancy and the struggle. I'm going to talk about it in terms of one family, but I've read this on some of the listservs I'm on, and I'm just going to put it out on the table because families are afraid that they are going to be involved in the courts because of truancy, because they are unable to, a parent who is working, unable to oversee their child's instruction at home. They believe they're being asked to assure that their child has logged in at the beginning of every single class. I believe our handbook, which I read last night, says once a day during homeroom. I learned that in some schools, the homeroom changes time to time. For some families, this is extremely stressful because parents need to work. They need to attend to their work and to constantly be basically the staff person for their children's learning. For some families, it's virtually impossible. So to then get a call, basically a penalty call that the courts will have to be involved because their kids aren't attending, seems to me to be a bit extreme, and that we should be trying to figure out any kind of innovative way to make this work for the families. And I know that you're probably going to say, or Ms. Loft is going to say, that we're doing that. But when I connect that with the, I think it was called code something at middle school, families don't know about that. Families don't know where to go for help. When they hit a wall with their teacher, with their counselor, with their principal, with their vice principal, who are they supposed to go to? So maybe that's what I really need to ask. And I just need to inform you all, if you're not aware of it, that there are some families we are scaring. There are some children who are afraid that somebody's going to come into their home and arrest them because they're not tuning in. That's just not a useful environment. We talked about taking it easy with each other, caring about each other, giving each other a bit of a pass during COVID. I understand their laws and rules, and maybe you can explain that, but I also have a hard time believing that the state of Virginia is asking us to send court truant officers into people's homes, and that we're asking people to jeopardize their income to make sure that they've Xeroxed and ensured that their child logged in. There has to be a solution in these difficult situations that we can use to help people get through this. So I put that on you because I need to be able to tell people, we need to be able to tell people, you need to be able to tell people where they go for help. And what I heard tonight sounds wonderful, but what I'm telling you is where the rubber hits the road for some families, this is not happening. And they're scared and they're afraid and the kids are suffering. So if you can provide some instruction, I'm talking about like emergency instruction for families who are struggling. Where are they supposed to go if they're not getting the help that they need?
Thank you. And yes, you did pose that question to me earlier, and I asked Ms. Loft. She'll be providing a response to that. And Ms. Loft?
Sure, absolutely. So I do want to lead that, yes, VDOE does require that we take attendance, but we absolutely recognize that the pandemic has provided a really uncertain, challenging times for our families and for our students. And so I'll share a few of the resources that are available. So your question was, where do families go? And I would say that they should start with a counselor, both at the elementary level, at the middle, and the high, because the counselor serves as a liaison to a variety of other supports. So they're really sort of first line to be working with parents on thinking about strategies for their students to engage online. They'll liaise with teachers and share some of the challenges that a student or a family might be having in consistently engaging online. They can come up with sort of plans. I will also say at the high school level, our attendance specialists serve also as support. Some work really closely to develop attendance plans that have supports that aren't wholly punitive, because the whole intention is to figure out ways to help our kids be able to attend school and to address the environmental issues that may be causing their challenges. At the middle and the elementary level, that would be our social workers serve in the similar role as our attendance specialists. When you talk about truant officers showing up at the homes, I can say that Dr. Laura Newton and our attendance specialists meet weekly with court services. And to this date, we have not, the court services is reported not sending a truant officer to students' homes this school year. So I think that I'm trying to share that while we are required to take attendance, we're absolutely working to be compassionate and to provide supports and strategies to families. So first point of contact would be counselor. If that becomes problematic at the secondary level, our attendance specialists are serving as resources. Middle and elementary would be social workers, and then certainly, if all else fails, of course, the school principal can help liaise with those families and help provide supports.
Okay, thank you. So now we know where to go. And what I would ask for then is for us not to be scaring children that the policeman's going to come to their house and arrest them and take them away. That's not helpful right now. So I'm talking about a communication from the central office. There's a lot of information that you provided tonight that is not being shared at the school level. Supports that can be provided. Helping a parent of an ADHD or a dyslexic child actually manage in that environment, which really does take some creativity, especially when a parent can't be there to attend, who has to work. So maybe across schools you can share, or you can provide some of that advice to the counselors, to the teachers. I don't think parents want to be trying to call the central office. Most of the time I hear they get voicemails. So they really do want to fix, and they don't want the school to have to be bothering them. So perhaps there are just some suggestions. And, if you're an ADHD parent, the last thing you want to hear is for someone to say to your child, just pay attention. Or just if you're a dyslexic parent with a dyslexic child, you just read better. Because it's like asking a blind person to see. It doesn't work. And I think maybe we have to remind our staff that these are often kids, and sometimes it's just the neurological development of a child's age. And there are some of my kids could have handled this perfectly. I have a son, I don't know how he would have done in this environment at that age, at a younger age. So maybe we need to be providing some more support and some specific suggestions about how to help families together with teachers manage kids who can't take 5 steps to get to here to there to here to there between classes and remember to put something on. I know it seems hard for us adults to think that way, but I've seen that with children. And there was an era in my life where I had to literally sit and help my child get through all the steps of a project. And I could do that at night, but I wouldn't have been able to do that during the day when I was working. So I'm suggesting that, thank you for the suggestion of where to go. But what I've heard from families is that's happened, but the suggestions on how to resolve the problem isn't there. And the reason I raise this tonight is that when it gets raised to the level of a threat of a truant officer coming, we have failed. We have failed to find a solution. And I feel like I could probably walk in that home and help them with that. And I know that our staff can do that, and maybe they need to share that. And maybe you all need to send out some more materials or some, quick thoughts on how to manage in this digital era, particularly for kids who are having challenges, maybe depressed, maybe just can't handle it. So thank you for your comment. And I just really encourage us to help those families and those kids who are really struggling with this, with specific suggestions. And I bet they're out there. Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm going to let it go with that. I have 2 other questions, but I'll wait till you come back, and they're short.
Thank you very much, Ms. Van Dorn. I'll go to our Vice Chair, Dr. Cannon.
Right, thank you, Ms. O'Grady. I just want to follow up on a couple of things. I think a couple of board members have already been referring to the reading data and literacy. And Dr. Duran, you mentioned that going forward, you would like to see us establish a literacy framework for Arlington Public Schools to be more consistent and have a plan for literacy. And, 2021 is around the corner, and someday throughout the year, we are hopefully going to be back to some normal state. I think probably if we were in normal times, you would, even tonight perhaps, have showed us a timeline for what you're thinking. Just wondered if we could look ahead, and if you have any, if you have a sense of approximately when you might have get us started with that literacy framework, for example. Might it be as early as this coming fall, the next school year, or is it a longer rollout, do you think?
Yes, we've already begun to have conversations with our elementary principals, and we're looking at data right now, some things that are happening currently in distance learning. With regards to the data, we are looking at our assessment. We're looking at possibilities for how we can apply for a waiver from VDOE to be able to have a better assessment. So we can definitely bring back a timeline of what that work is, but it's something we're starting now and something we'll move forward. I think what's important to start now, though, is to really begin to look at the data, to look at all the needs. We don't want to rush into a whole new framework without really understanding that. And also what's very important is that we work with our teachers and our principals and those resource teachers who are literacy leaders, who are really the ones helping to guide this work and help build their capacity around that as well before we jump into something new. Now is not the time just to turn the switch on and off real quick, but we need to work on the data that's going to get us there and understand why we need to do this. And again, have the right resources and tools. So we're starting that now, and yes, we will have some of that in place for next year. But it's going to be a multi-year process for us to really get it tight and to get it right.
Great, thank you. I did want that's really big, important news for Arlington Public Schools, that this work is happening, that we are making plans, that we have, better models that we're going to be developing, and framework, and that's really important. So thank you for that. My other question is going to be on one of our favorite topics, air quality. I'm sure that most of our educators in school did not take classes in air quality. This is one of the many adventures we have in education is the continuous learning. But I just wanted to, I think it's great about the HEPA filters and such. I just wanted to make sure to be clear on how the information is going to be shared. I think you mentioned because of the filters, it actually affects, it's going to improve the occupancy for some of our rooms. So you're going to be, what did you say? Are you going to be posting occupancies?
Those were posted on the 14th, and on the slide that I had, there was the link to that, but that is available right now.
Okay, and so parents and teachers could literally look up for their school and understand what, and by definition, if there is an acceptable occupancy, the air quality, the turnover, and other features are in place that are deemed safe enough to have occupancy, to have students and staff in the room.
Yes, and those areas where we saw that there wasn't, that's when these additional CACDs can help in those classrooms to increase the occupancy in those places.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And Ms. O'Grady, just want to say, we are at the end of this calendar year, so, thank you very much for making the time at each of our board meetings to really dig into the most important topic of this school year, which is this return to school in the school year and working with our students and preparing for getting them back into the buildings. So this has been really important. Again, like I've said all along, we have seen better, more detailed information, quality work, and improvements in every way. I'm really optimistic about 2021. And, thank you, Dr. Duran, for everything you've done to get us to this point. And again, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Dr. Cannon, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate my colleagues' support of allowing us to continue to dedicate so much time during the school board meeting to this very important topic, one that I know our students and our staff and our community care deeply about. I do have two questions for this round, Dr. Duran. The first one I wanted to comment on before I ask the question is how much I appreciate you diving so deeply into the data for our secondary students. We knew that we might see some degradation in scores, and this is helpful to understand exactly where we're seeing some deep drops. I think it can be helpful for us trying to figure out how to address the learning needs and the deficiencies that come with virtual learning. I wanted to understand, while we have this data, you mentioned that the principals are just receiving it, how does that translate into actually getting to each of the kids who need that particular help? What would they be doing, and how would parents know that their students are getting more support to be more successful?
Sure. There was a variety of things that I shared on the slide about stuff that we are beginning to do and can do, and I would like Ms. Loft, if you can provide an update on some of the ways that parents and teachers will be reached out to in terms of this data and how we're supporting our students at the secondary again. And let me pause by saying a big thank you to our IS department and our Department of Teaching and Learning, who really put this report together to really have this data. And I do think it's important, back to what Dr. Cannon said, to have the transparent data available for us to look at. But to your question now, Ms. O'Grady, it's great to have the data and to be discussing it, but what do we do about it? So I think there's different layers. One is the awareness and being clear and sharing, and then the other is analyzing and then action. So Ms. Love, if you can share some of the next part of the action, and again, thank you to you and Mr. Adusamili. Thank you both for leading this work and pulling this data together. I really appreciate both of you for helping with that. Ms. Love?
Sure, and I also want to acknowledge Ty Bird, our Director of Secondary Education, who did sort of the yeoman's work in creating this report, and special thanks to School and Community Relations for their help in helping us to design it. So to your question, Ms. O'Grady, about what happens next, and I will say that our principals and our teachers and our counselors make regular work, so weekly work at reviewing what we call our D&E list. So these are students that who have earned D's and E's in any of their classes. And so our counselors and their assistant principals work closely with one another and then also collaborate with teachers on identifying the students, targeting the interventions that the students might need, because each student has a different need. Some students, as Ms. Van Dorn pointed out, may be struggling with attendance. Some students may have some social emotional issues that are getting in the way of their ability to perform at their very academic best. Some kids are really, need additional time with their teachers to access the concepts and the skills. And so really targeting those interventions to meet the specific needs of the student is fundamentally important. As far as informing students, it's always, parents, it's always been our practice to engage parents, particularly teachers are required to inform parents when students drop 2 or more grade letters in a quarter, and that can happen at any point in the quarter that parents need to be notified. And I will say, and this is a precursor to our discussion about an amendment to our prevention, intervention, and remediation policy, the Virginia legislature passed recent legislation that is requiring that all schools communicate with parents of students who have indicated that they've had a challenge passing specific assessments, and then to also communicate that specific intervention plan. So I hope that gives you some overarching understanding of the outreach that's occurring.
Thank you very much, Ms. Loft. I appreciate that. I do note that so often, so many parents talk to us about the harm that distance learning is doing. We understand that it's not the best way for us to educate our student. Unfortunately, we're faced with this during these unprecedented times, but I want people to understand that we are using this data to make a difference now, and we will continue to use the data to make a difference later. And with that, I'd also like to ask a question that came up at a Wakefield PTA meeting, which I attended last Saturday. And it was noted that Dr. Duran and staff are making some great efforts around structured literacy for our youngest students, but families wanted to know what we're doing around structured literacy for our secondary students who may not be able to benefit from the work you're doing for our younger students to make a difference, so that when they get to secondary school, they may not have some of the challenges, but they are recognizing that some of the children who did not benefit from structured literacy may now be in middle and high school and may need support now. And so I'd love to know what you were doing to support them, and the data you shared today shows that they may need some help.
Thank you. Good, very, very good question. We have to look at literacy overall, and we've definitely been highlighting a lot of the work at the foundational grades of pre-K to third grade, but we certainly have to focus on our secondary. Ms. Loft, can you provide some updates on some of the work that it is happening at the secondary level? Thank you.
Sure. I absolutely want to highlight we have courses available in our middle and our high schools called Reading Strategies, and they exist to provide targeted support to students who are at the basic or the approaching levels as on the reading inventory that you saw from Dr. Duran's presentation. So if a student arrives in middle school and is struggling with reading, then the Reading Strategies courses are tremendous support. They are taught by trained reading specialists. They engage with a lot of tactile experiences, a great deal of targeted intervention, and many of the elements of structured literacy in these courses. So that would be really our first line of defense. For some of our students with disabilities, we have other interventions, including Orton Gillingham, which relies a great deal on some of the tactile experiences that help build those synapses and connections as far as building fluency and proficiency in reading.
Thank you very much, Ms. Loft. I know that some of our families are concerned about how we can support our students in this area, and I believe that the data that was shared today may actually heighten their concerns. So I hope that families know that those are options and support that are available to their students, especially using some of the methods that are available in structured literacy and some of the other items that you shared. With that, I want to go back around. I believe Ms. Talento had another question, as well as Mr. Goldstein. Ms. Talento.
Thank you, Chair O'Grady. I do have two questions, but first there's an additional comment I wanted to make that I missed in my comments on the data. I wanted to thank Dr. Duran and his team, Ms. Loft and Mr. Bird, for the work that they did to provide us that data and for disaggregating it a little deeper than what we usually have gotten. That is something that I've been advocating for since I started on the board, and I'm so grateful to see some of the breakdowns that you're providing us today. I did note that on the report that was attached, we had data for non-Black Ls and non-Hispanic Ls. And on the PowerPoint you presented, we had data for our Hispanic Ls. And I think and then you noted that our Black Ls also saw a higher increase in grade drops, but we didn't see the chart. So as a person who's worked in the community regarding on equity and sometimes racial connections and racial challenges and the challenges of oppression, a lot of times there is a sense, depending on the topic or the matter, that the Hispanic community has more of a voice or gets more advocacy or is paid more attention to than the Black community is. Sometimes it's the other way around. And I just think it's important as we're trying to increase equity and the recognition that has always been the case, but that we are now saying out loud that Black Lives Matter, that we just make sure we're consistent in providing that data equally, that our Hispanic community and our Black communities are some of our communities that are generally always in the gap, on the lower ends of the gap, along with our students with disabilities. And I think one of the things I've always advocated for is breaking down that data even deeper, even our students with disabilities data, understanding the race behind our students with disabilities, the economics behind our students with disabilities, understanding if it's an economic challenge that is the additional factor to the challenge of students with disabilities. Is it also low expectations? What other factors are playing into these gaps that we're not able to close? So I just wanted to highlight that. In the report, I did not see data for the Hispanic Hispanic Ls. I only saw it in PowerPoint, and there doesn't appear to be data for Black Ls, which would be great to see. So as you bring reports forward, if we could just be consistent on how we're presenting that data so that we can grow and advocate together as one community and close the gap for everyone, instead of some of the strategies that have been done in society about what I believe are divide and conquer. I think it's would be great to work together and to APS to constantly bring the same messaging for all our communities of color and disadvantaged communities. So I just want to share that. The question that I had was regarding our CARE Act funding. We've been getting some advocacy from community members about putting in an application for additional CARE Act funding. And I was under the impression that we had been allocated all the CARE Act funding that we were going to get to the school system, and then the county received allocated CARE funding that they had the right to distribute, and they have given us some of that. Is there an opportunity to get more CARE Act funding for APS prior to 12/31, or is this just something that depends on your locality or how your locality is using it, but does it apply to us? Because I'm a little bit confused based on my on our prior discussions about CARE Act funding.
You are correct in your first assessment that the CARES Act funding was distributed to localities, in our case county, as well as to school divisions. That's already been distributed. There's no application for more. Certainly, maybe there's confusion around the discussion that's happening right now in DC with regards to potential additional dollars for schools, but that again would be allocated based on population as that was done in the past. Now, the CARES Act funding that went to the county, they provided us additional resources from the CARES Act funding for us. So we didn't make an application. They provided us. My understanding from the county is that they have allocated all of their CARES Act funding as well. So there is no opportunity for applying for more CARES Act funding. That's something that comes directly distributed.
Thank you. That was my understanding. So I just wanted to provide that clarity to our community members that we do not have access to or the ability to obtain any more CARES Act funding, and that the county has given us all the funding that they have been able to allocate to us at this time, and that, as you said, Dr. Duran, they have used all the CARE Act funding. They already have that earmarked for needs for our county in other realms of pandemic impacts. So thank you for that clarification. And then my next question is regarding, or perhaps it's rather feedback. We've heard concerns about our staff and teachers who are breastfeeding and how they were able to apply for that as a reason condition for electing to work virtually. And then there are some things that changed in the COVID guidelines and other things that we're using. I will not do it justice in trying to explain it, but could you just provide that explanation for I know there was a much clearer explanation provided to some of the recent emails that we received of teachers providing this. And while as you prepare to do that, I would like to say that if we're not able to provide them this ability to work virtually, that we please work really closely with principals to make sure that the rooms you're providing them for pumping actually have a sink and cleaning material where they can disinfect as they pump, where they can be careful. I think what the CDC decided was that COVID cannot be passed through breast milk, And therefore, it is no longer a consideration or something to that effect. Again, I don't think I'll do it justice, but I think it's important to be clear with our staff as to why that was removed from the list, but also to make sure that if we're going to bring them back, that the right that they have by law to be allotted time to pump and a place to pump, that the places we're providing are sanitized, that they have a sink where they can wash their hands, where they can disinfect their pumping device and the bottles in which they are putting their milk in for their child. As a prior breastfeeding mother and having a pump at work, I remember, the stress of that and making sure that you were able to manage that right and keep everything clean. And now with COVID, I have to imagine that stress is even higher. So if we can just make sure that we are ensuring principals understand that need and that the rooms and the spaces we're going to be providing them have everything they need to be able to pump safely and disinfect anything that they need to disinfect, and that they'll be given the allotted time with the recognition that there may be some additional time needed to provide that required service to them.
So like you, I will not do justice to explain that. I will ask Mr. Redding, who has a very good knowledge of this and has been leading this in terms of all of the changes, but also in terms of the modifications that you described. So Mr. Redding, if you can provide an explanation of the change, and then also a little bit about what the plan is and what you do with HR in terms of working with employees on those modifications.
Sure, absolutely. So in the first round of workplace modifications, we were focusing very heavily on all of the conditions on the CDC list, which has changed and evolved over time. But we were providing modifications for telework based on anything that was on that list. And we were using a process that was styled after the Americans with Disabilities Act, which requires employers to engage in an interactive process with the employee around the disabling condition. In the first round, we weren't focused as much on disabling conditions as much as we were anything that was on the CDC list of risk or increased risk. As we've prepared for the expiration of those modifications on December 31st, we looked to what some of our neighboring jurisdictions were doing, and we looked to legal guidance around the best way to proceed. And we made the decision to move forward and actually engage employees in the interactive process through the Americans with Disabilities Act. So the current process is requesting information from employees that names their disabling condition or the medical condition for which they're requesting accommodations. Based on that, breastfeeding as such is not necessarily a medical condition, so it's not eligible necessarily for the interactive process, and therefore may not be considered for something like telework. The CDC guidance on their website talks about additional precautions that should be in place when someone is breastfeeding or when someone is pregnant. And there's a number of extra precautions that are listed there. When it comes to the workplace and the legal requirement as well as the ethical requirement, which is in our policy, to provide a space for nursing mothers to pump, every school was directed several years ago to identify a space. And in some cases, principals worked with facilities and Mr. Chadwick and his team. In my case, when I was principal at Barrett, they actually came and built a wall in a room so that we could have a room that actually had a skylight and had a sink so that nursing mothers would have running water, access to an area that was private and provided time where they could pump. So if a principal does not have that space, or if an employee perceives they don't have access to that space, they should first work through it with their principal, and principals are encouraged to reach out to us in HR and work with facilities around ensuring that such a space is available.
Thank you, Mr. Redding. So for the teachers and staff that come back and are pumping, if they believe the room is not meeting their needs to feel safe and secure in pumping, they should reach out to the principal and make sure that those needs are met.
Yes.
Okay. And Dr. Dudan, I know that thank you so much, Mr. Redding. Dr. Dudan, I know that we are, doing our best to find a way to reopen, to make sure that we have enough staff to support the students who want to study and come to school in person, and also those who are virtual. But I do ask that we look at, reconsidering for our mothers who are new mothers. The recommendation has always been to breastfeed the minimum a year. I know that we have some new mothers, and I think having the ability to teach virtually and feel that sense of security for at least the first year. I know that mothers continue past the year. That's very common now, and I know that we have to compromise and find ways to make this all work for everyone. But if there's any way that we can consider them, our nursing mothers, and consider how long they've been nursing, perhaps triage or prioritize the need for our newer mothers. Ideally, it'd be great to just give everyone that year. I don't know what we are able to do, but I would just ask that if possible, you would consider and look at how we can maybe perhaps provide some stronger accommodations, or at least find a way to support mothers who are still within that year of breastfeeding during this time of the pandemic. So thank you for allowing me the opportunity. And I think those are all the questions I have. Ms. O'Grady, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I believe that Mr. Goldstein has a question. Mr. Goldstein?
Yeah, I do. Thank you. Just a brief question, and that would be on Dr. Duran's presentation, slide 26. So if we could bring that up, I'll be reminded of my question. Is that 26? Is that 26?
That's 26.
Okay, all right. And so my question is, what about the middle school and high school students? Because this in-person learning support is geared to those ages 4 through 11.
The next slide, 27, is for the middle and high school students, and we started with the secondary workspace concept, and it's now at all of the, it's at Washington, Liberty, Yorktown, Arlington Center, and Wakefield. And as I was sharing here, the middle schools would be looking at beginning to pilot next. So this is the same concept in some way, a little different obviously for secondary 4 days a week, but the opportunity to participate by signing up for students that need that support, or sometimes by invitation.
But what we're saying on slide 26 and on this is what, slide 27, these are the same activities, these are the same initiatives, we're just calling them something different?
Yes. It's the same initiative in terms of providing a space for students to have support, and first of all, space, and then also support and supervision to engage in their distance learning.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. I don't believe that my colleagues, Ms. Van Doorner, our Vice Chair, Dr. Cannon, have any additional questions. I just have one last question. I know, Dr. Duran, that we've been hearing from parents who are worried about learning loss because of COVID and distance learning, and some have already been asking about whether or not there will be extra learning opportunities after the end of the school year for students to potentially have the opportunity to catch up. I don't know if I don't know where we are at that point of being able to really make a decision on that, but I do want to share with you that parents are concerned, and they are interested, some of them, in allowing students to have an extended learning opportunity once the end of the school year happens.
Yes, and we're very concerned as well, and we will be bringing more information on that. Right now, our task force that Ms. Loft is leading with regards to understanding the needs right now, that's going to be in January. That's going to focus on what's happening right now. And then the very next step will be to go deep into what does that mean beyond. But we're focusing our time really, really carefully. The data you saw this evening and other data from last board meeting is what can we do during this current distance learning for students that are struggling immediately. What are some resources and supports and changes we might need to make? Then simultaneously, we are clearly going to have to do something long term, and that is something we will be working on, and definitely bring more details on that.
I appreciate that. As parents continue to be worried about the situation we're in, I want them to understand that we are aware, we are thinking about the future and how to support our students beyond the current situation and how to help them have some recovery from what we're experiencing right now. So thank you for that.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you then, Dr. Duran, for the updates, and I want to thank staff for all the hard work they've done throughout this whole year to support our students, and we do appreciate each of you as we're ending the calendar year. We have 2 action items tonight. First, we will act on the proposal for in-house general counsel. Dr. Duran.
Yes, and there is no new information to present in this action item. It was presented at the last board meeting on December 3rd. Ms. Peterson, Mr. Redding, and I are available if there are any questions.
Thank you very much. Then I will ask each of my colleagues if they have any clarifying comments or questions, and I'll start with Mr. Goldstein. Mr. Goldstein, any clarifying comments or questions?
No, I do not. Thank you.
Okay, I do appreciate that. Ms. Van Dorn, any clarifying comments or questions?
I do not, and I apologize. I was looking for the motion when you're ready.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Talento, clarifying comments or questions?
I do, Ms. O'Grady, just because I know that sometimes people aren't able to tune in every week. And so the document posted today shows the budget, which I'm so grateful for, but I just was hoping that Ms. Peterson could provide what our fiscal year 20 actual expenditures were so that our community could see that we actually go over our budget regularly, and that because it doesn't show that on the slide that's posted. So I just want the community to know that we're actually hoping to save money with this motion.
Yes, Ms. Talento, thank you. That information was in fact posted in the information item, but wasn't carried over to the action item. And it was just over $757,000.
Okay, thank you. So we're hoping that we will save money, if not in the immediate future, as this council gets the wind under whatever the item is where they get going, and we'll save you money. Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Talento. Dr. Cannonen. No clarifying questions or comments, and none from me at this point as well. So I'd like to ask for a motion.
I have a motion, Chair O'Grady.
Thank you. Please offer it.
I move that the school board approve the superintendent's recommendation to create and budget for an APS division counsel and a paralegal position during the fiscal year 2021.
Thank you very much, Ms. Van Dorn. Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Dr. Cannon, and the clerk will call the roll.
All in favor of the motion, please say yes. Those opposed say no. Ms. Van Dorn?
Yes.
Ms. Talento?
Yes.
Ms. O'Grady?
Yes.
Dr. Cannonen?
Yes.
Mr. Goldstein?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much, Ms. Elliott. Next, we will act on the proposed schematic design studies funding for the Heights site. Dr. Duran.
Thank you. We do not have a new presentation. I know there are some questions, I believe, that may be had on this. So Mr. Chambers is available for questions on this issue.
Thank you very much, Dr. Duran. I will go around and ask my colleagues for any questions or clarifying comments. Ms. Van Dorn, we'll start with you.
No, I don't. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Then I'll move to Ms. Talento. Ms. Talento?
Thank you, Chair O'Grady. I do have a motion, and I just want to get clarity. We're talking about, in the motion, approving the Heights Building Phase 2 as a capital project. And my understanding is that the old Heights, well, it's not old, but the Heights project that we just completed is closed out. And so we have to have a new Heights building name for funding and contract purposes and tracking purposes. And is that why we are approving the Heights Building Phase 2 as a capital project, to make sure that we have a project that holds funds for this design and whatever parking or lack of parking structure that is chosen to be put into the upcoming CIPs? Mr. Chambers, could you confirm or correct or clarify for me?
Yes, the design contract has been closed out for the Heights project, and we need to have a contract in place with someone to do that design work for the CIP.
Okay, and so that's why in the motion, when we say approve the Heights Building Phase 2 as a capital project, it's not a new project, it's just looking at the parking piece for this and finishing that out, but we're just calling it something else, is that correct?
Yes, the phase 2 project is separate from the phase 1.
Okay, thank you so much. That's all I have, Ms. O'Grady.
Thank you very much, Ms. Talento. Mr. Goldstein.
Yeah, thank you. So I brought this up the last meeting when it was an info item about the fact that the architect, Stantec, was the one who had been the architecture firm on the Career Center. And, given what has happened with that, I was asking why we were continuing to employ them. We are in the midst of a Career Center After Action report, which is in draft form, but it's not finalized yet. And so I'm not going to support this action, because I think we need to find out in our final report on the Career Center After Action what happened. What happened? What was everybody's involvement? What was Stantec's involvement? Because if they weren't doing what we want them to do, then I don't want to employ them to do other things. Now, I floated that earlier today, and I asked a question about this, and I got a response that said that following the school board work session last August, where we talked about the Heights building, staff spent several months negotiating the scope of work and the fees with Stantec so that they can start now, assuming this gets approved now. Trying to scan the memo here, that Stantec is one of the architecture firms that APS has under a term contract, and therefore went to them because, as was pointed out in the response to Tanya's question, the original architecture firm is not, that contract's been closed out, so they're not available to do this work. So my question here is, has Stantec been authorized to do work related to this item, the Heights building garage design, previously, before now, and that we're now just being asked to pay the bill that's already been incurred?
No, Stantec has not done any work on the project yet until they are authorized to do so.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I just wanted to be sure of that. And that's my question. Monique, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. I'll go to our Vice Chair, Dr. Cannon, next. No questions from Dr. Cannon. I do not have any questions or comments either at this point, so I would like to ask for a motion.
Ms. O'Grady, I have a motion.
Thank you, Ms. Talento.
Thank you. I move that the board approve the proposed design study for the Heights to be performed by Stantec Architecture for a fee of $115,109. Approve the Heights Building Phase 2 as a capital project, and approve transfer of $115,109 from the capital reserve into the project.
Is there a second?
Second from Nancy.
Thank you. The clerk will call the roll.
Discussion.
Well, I
I'm
asked
sorry.
to speak first, please.
I do apologize. Let me go ahead and move to discussion. And let's start with Ms. Talento. Do you have anything that you would like to add at this point?
Sure. I will be supporting this motion. I appreciate the concerns shared regarding Stantec considering the Career Center project that they worked on. But I believe that the challenges and the overages with the Career Center project had a lot more to do with a lot of other factors than Stantec. Generally, we enter into contracts with these companies, And the contracts are very clear. I have not had a chance to review the contract that was given to Stantec for the Career Center project. We are doing a Career Center after action. We did redo the policies, F-1 and I think it was 5.7. When you read the old policies, there was lack of significant clarity on how we perform the CIP. And I actually will take this opportunity to encourage Dr. Dudan and all of my colleagues who are remaining on the board to provide a training on how the CIP process works with projects that come forward, understanding the difference between a concept design and a schematic design, understanding when ed specs come forward, especially per the new policies where they'll be coming forward in the beginning, and recognizing the pricing and how CIP student allocation is multiplied by a square foot ratio that is then allots to numbers in our CIP, and anytime square footage is changed or anything like that and the project is changed, there's impacts. So really digging deep into that. And I do not believe that not rewarding this contract to Stantec, where we need to develop designs as to whether we're just going to have an overhang to protect students from the weather and other things going into HB Woodlawn and the Heights, rather the Heights building, since we have two programs there, or we're actually doing parking or some combination of. We need to have that information as soon as possible so that it can inform this interim CIP, and if it doesn't make it in there, it's prepared to be in the following CIP so that we're ready to start as soon as the fire station moves out. So I will be supporting this motion, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on this matter.
Thank you very much. Mr. Goldstein, do you have any additional comments?
Just very briefly, what Tanya says may, turn out to be true when we see the final of the Career Center After Action report. But I'm not persuaded that, we're at such a point in the calendar that we absolutely need to move forward with this project and this architecture firm, even though there may have been some other, things happening that we would find out about in the future. It's more important that we employ them now and stick to the schedule than understand what the involvement was in the Career Center. So I'm unpersuaded by that line of reasoning. So I'm going to, as I said, not support it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goldstein. Ms. Van Dorn.
Hi, thank you very much. I have 3 points I'd like to make. The first is the entire board has seen a draft of the Career Center After Action, and there is not a conclusion in that report as I've seen it. I will not be on the board when the final is considered, but I have read it, and I do not see the conclusion that there was any reason for us not to believe that Stantec is a fine company. I think we have to be very, very careful if we begin to impugn the reputation of a company publicly with no substantiation to that. And I have to say very strongly that I think that that is not something we should be doing at this time. We have no evidence to support that. So I can't leave that go because this is a public meeting and that should not be happening. Secondly, we as a school system engage that architect and create in a contract the parameters within which they operate and the service we ask them to deliver to us. If there's any fault to be found in what's happened in the past, it is our clarity in what we ask for and what we ask the architect to deliver to us. And I believe in the end, draft or final, that's what we're going to find to be the case. It happened at the Career Center. And as Ms. Talento has said, we've gone back. The staff has already made every effort to clean up our policies and make sure there's accountability all along the way. And I believe that that can happen again here. But I want to be very careful that we put the ownership where it needs to be, and that is with our own staff, with ourselves, making sure we know what we're engaging a contractor to do for us for the amount of money we provide to them. So again, I'm not going to be here, but a suggestion I would have to make sure we don't repeat the past is to get a ballpark figure from our staff in the near future about what this project will cost. If I recall correctly, we set aside, was it $5 million to build this garage? It shouldn't go over that, and we should ask for a ballpark figure so that we're not surprised later on. We should also maybe take a look at that contract and see what exactly our staff is asking Stantec to provide us. I did ask some of those questions today, and it was my understanding there we are asking for 4 different options for dealing with the parking at that site. We should make sure that the parameters of those 4 options are ones that we're comfortable with, because then when we get the project delivered for $100 some odd thousand, it is giving us what we asked for within the dollar amount and within the time frame we've asked. I think perhaps for now, so we can be reassured that our projects don't go off track again, that maybe a follow-up here to make sure that we're asking the architect to do what we really want, is to see that contract and to get a ballpark figure. And we don't have to have that before this vote because they have to get started, but that is something that we could ask for as a follow-up from our staff, perhaps before the contract is signed. All we're doing is approving the amount, but we can ask staff to show us that contract before it's executed so that the board, yes, agrees with the amount of money, we've already done that. Yes, we agree with the parameters of the contract, and yes, we agree with a ballpark figure for what it's going to be. And that is what we did not do in the past, in my estimation, with the Career Center project. So I need to put that point on that, and with that, I'm prepared to vote.
Thank you very much. Ms. Van Dorn, Dr. Cannon.
Thank you, Ms. O'Grady. I was prepared to explain my vote. I will be supporting this as well. I think that Ms. Talento and Ms. Van Doren basically covered the points that I would have made in explaining my vote. So in the interest of time, I'll go ahead and say that I essentially agree with what they shared.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Cannon. And I would echo Dr. Cannon's comment. I do agree with what Ms. Talento and Ms. Van Dorn have shared as well. I am concerned that we are losing time and students need a way that is protected to get into the building. I do think it would be helpful for us to have more information. So Dr. Duran, I'll turn to you and ask if we could get more information about this as the contract becomes available. If that can be shared with the board so we can provide more oversight, that would be very helpful. If I see that you're shaking your head, and with that, I feel more confident with moving forward. And so the motion has been offered and it has been seconded. I'd like to ask our clerk, Ms. Elliott, to call the roll.
All in favor of the motion, please say yes. Those opposed say no. Ms. Van Dorn?
Yes.
Ms. Talento?
Yes.
Ms. O'Grady?
Yes.
Dr. Cannon?
Yes.
Mr. Goldstein?
No.
Motion passes 4-1.
Thank you very much, Ms. Elliott. We are now at our information items, and we will hear 3 information items tonight. First is the FY 2020 final fiscal closeout report and CIP quarterly report. Dr. Duran.
Thank you. And this evening, Ms. Leslie Peterson, Assistant Superintendent of Finance, will be presenting our fiscal year closeout from fiscal year 20. Thank you. Ms. Peterson.
Thank you, Dr. Duran. Good evening, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here to present this to you this evening. Next slide. I will be presenting this in 2 parts. One will be the final fiscal status report. That's the one where we talk about the actual closeout for FY20. And then the second portion will be the CIP quarterly report, which closes out the year. Next slide, please. FY 2020 ended on June 30, and since that time, we have closed out all of the books for the fiscal year. The auditors have been here and gone, all virtually this year, and we received an unqualified report, an audit opinion on our financial statements. We have also done our required annual school report and submitted that to the Virginia Department of Education. Overall, there are funds of $27 million that are available from closeout to be reallocated. The details on the closeout are in the memorandum and attachments provided to the school board last week, and they are on board docs currently. Tonight, I'm going to summarize the highlights of the closeout documents and explain how we got here. Next slide. So this slide provides the 5 funds that typically have balances that we carry over. And you can see here that the total amount of funding available from those funds is the $27 million that we're talking about. And all of these funds are carried forward in the appropriate fund. Next slide. The remaining 2 funds are funds that carry over their balances from year to year, the Food Nutrition Services Fund and the Grants and Restricted Programs Fund, because the Food Nutrition Services funds are particular to the Food Nutrition Services Program, and then our Grants and Restricted Programs Fund are separate grants, and many times, especially with federal grants, their grant year does not coincide with our own year. Next slide, please. Part of what we do at closeout is we reconcile our county revenue. For county revenue, we are entitled to either share in any actual revenue that was above the budget or share in any revenue that was below the budget. In this particular year, the county had a slight revenue decrease from the budget, and so our share of that decrease was just over $24,000. Because there was an overall decrease in net tax revenue, there was no additional contribution to the general reserve fund that was needed, and that was maintained at 5.5% of operating expenses. So overall, just a very slight decrease in county revenue and overall revenue from the county to APS. Next slide. So in summary, we have $27 million in savings from operations, and then a very small reduction in revenue from the county, which results in net funds available for reallocation of $27 million. Next slide. Of this amount, staff is recommending that we allocate $15 million to help us close the gap for the current year, FY21, and then place the remaining $12 million in the future budget year's reserve. Next slide. And I can take any questions on the closeout portion of the presentation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Peterson. Then I would like to go to Mr. Goldstein to see if he has any questions regarding this section.
Can you come back to me, please?
I can. Thank you very much. Ms. Van Doren?
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
Awake.
Barely.
Can we talk a little bit about lapse and turnover?
Yes.
Given the pandemic from March to July, and then going forward this year, I would have anticipated a significant savings in lapse and turnover. What was that amount, and what do we anticipate that amount to be? And I'm just wondering about that because people left, we didn't rush to replace them, and there's some jobs that we just didn't fill.
We did have additional savings from lapse and turnover. It was just over $3 million, and that is included in that $27 million. We did hire replacement staff for staff that was needed. For example, teachers. Anytime we lose a teacher, we replace a teacher. But yes, you're right. We didn't hurry to fill positions that were not being used because we were in the virtual setting. So we did have $3.3 million more in savings from lapse and turnover, but we did continue to pay all of our staff that were on board through the end of the year.
Okay, I guess for next year, can we anticipate an even greater lapse and turnover savings?
I would have to look at exactly what the hiring has been this year, because we did do all of our hiring prior to starting school, thinking that we would be starting school in the hybrid environment, and that turned out not to be the case. So I would definitely have to work with HR and see where we had vacancies and where we kept vacancies open, and then where we did not.
And does that include savings from not hiring substitutes and other part-time employees?
Yes.
And it was only $3 million.
It was only $3 million.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Talento.
Thank you, Chair O'Grady. Thank you, Ms. Peterson, for providing us the closeout. I'm grateful to know that we were able to have some savings, considering that our third quarter closeout wasn't looking too promising. I was able to process the information you provided. I understand some of the savings that we have and so forth. And so my question really is the recommendation that the superintendent's making about setting aside only 15 million. So if we set aside the 15 million to help this, to close this this gap for fiscal year 21, and then hold on to the approximately, I think it's 10 to 12 million for the future budget years. Will, if we aren't able to close the gap, will we be able to access that? Can you talk a little bit about what our plan is to finish closing the gap for fiscal year 21? I think the hope is that we'll get more CARES Act funding in the new year, that we may find additional savings, that, you know, as we move forward, we have similar savings that we can't anticipate yet as we do in typical closeouts. But are we looking to hold some of that in reserves as well in case we can you talk a little bit about how we would address that in the future now that we're getting closer to that process of starting the new budget and having to, you know, we're just 6 months out from the rest of the fiscal year 21 budget closing out.
So you're asking about FY21, not FY22, is that correct?
Correct. So FY21, we're setting aside, the recommendation is that the board set aside $15 million from the closeout, but that's not going to close the current gap as estimated today.
No, it will not.
And if we don't close that gap, what tools will we have in place, or what tools will you be recommending, you and Dr. Duran, to close that gap besides cuts, or are we looking at cuts? Because I fear that we'll have to do cuts in the fiscal year 22 budget. So to the extent that we can limit that.
So we are not looking at making cuts in the FY21 budget at this time. We are looking carefully at where we found savings that led to that $27 million in closeout in FY20, and then applying that to FY21 and seeing if we can mirror savings in FY21 that we had in FY20. And that will help us understand what kind of savings we can expect in FY21 and then where our year end will end up. And we'll be bringing some of that information forward to you in our mid-year report, which you will be seeing, I believe, at the end of January, although I might ask for a little bit of an extension on that to February to get as much information as I possibly can, so that we can show you exactly where we are and where we believe we're going to end the year and how we're going to close that gap.
Okay.
But I'm confident that we have the opportunity to close that gap with the $15 million from the closeout. Now, okay. In the meantime, also, we are going to get more information about revenue projections for the current year from the county in mid-January. So it may very well be, hopefully, that the county revenue situation has improved and that our county revenue decrease will be something less than what has been projected, and that will also help us close the gap.
Okay, great. Thank you. I figured there were some other ways we were looking at this, and I just wanted to have that conversation so that our constituents understand we are thinking about that, and we're trying to be as responsible as we can with the additional savings that we have at this time.
Thinking about it every day.
I know. Thank you. And then I did have one other question. I think I understand it. I just want to make sure that I do. On page 7 of the report that you provided, that's attached, not on the presentation. And if you covered this in the presentation, I'm sorry, I missed that. But there's a note that it talks about the recommendation, I think, of the motion, and it's number 4 on page 7. And we're asking that we adopt the following resolution number 4. The school board requests the carry forward of the following fund balance reserves. And then in the school operating funds, it lists, many of the funds that we're all very familiar with. In the future budget years reserve, it has what appears to be a deficit of $233,182. So I just want to make sure that that is a deficit that will then be subtracted from any money that we put into future budget years. We've never had a deficit in our reserves. And so if you could just talk a little bit about that, so that we fully understand the math that is being looked at for recommendation.
Yes, so the deficit came about because there were 2 actions that took money from the future budget years reserved that had not been booked at the time that I looked at what the balance in the future budget years reserve was, to be able to tell you when you adopted the budget what amount there was available in the future budget years reserve. So yes, it has a slight negative balance. It is in a slight deficit, but I want to assure you that when we look at our reserves, all of our reserves are a big fund balance altogether. And the parsing out of that total fund balance into these little categories is strictly an accounting thing. It doesn't mean that there is somewhere a negative number. When we look at the fund balance for the school operating fund, it is the total of all of those subcategories, and that is just nomenclature for us to keep track of, and it's not a terrible accounting thing that we've done. So it was my oversight, because I didn't realize that those 2 things had not yet been booked. We have instituted some controls on that, so that doesn't happen again. But there is no negative fund balance anywhere. It's all in one big fund balance. And it's just in the way it's categorized that it's a little bit different.
And I greatly appreciate that explanation. I think as a board member, in the years that I've reviewed and analyzed our budget, I do look at those boxes individually because I respect what we're reserving them for. And I know that there's always been discussion about can we move our reserves around. So I think that clarity was very important to provide. That you're right. We have a big reserve bucket. We're not negative on reserves. We don't owe money that we don't have. It's just in the way that it's broken down, in the way that we've allocated our reserves. There's one allocation that what we budgeted for is a little short, but we're not short on the funds in the reserve. So thank you. But as a person who'd be looking to do the budget next year, that number would be important to me to know that if I think I'm putting in $12 million in the future budget allocation, it could actually be 11.8 unless we move money from another bucket into that to make it whatever number we're seeking to make. And so that's just for me as I process, when we're doing our budget and adopting our budget, and when we may be looking for, I want to use future budget years, or I can use future budget years to close the fiscal year 21 gap and still have some left for fiscal year 22. As board members, I think we discussed that. So thank you for that clarity. And thank you for all the work that you've done this year and last year. It has been unprecedented for you and your department between the turnaround in budget last year, the CIP in budget last year, and here we are once again. So Ms. Peterson, I just want to thank this opportunity. Thank you and your staff really for the work and the dedication you have to keeping our system running in a fiscally responsible and operational way. Thank you. I really can't thank you. Thank you, Ms. O'Grady.
Thank you. I'd like to turn to Dr. Cannon now. Thank you, Dr. Cannon. Then I'd like to swing back around to Mr. Goldstein.
Thank you. Yeah. So I want to pick up on that discussion that Nancy and Leslie were having about the lapse and turnover. And so first, let me ask, when is this coming for action?
At the end of January, the second meeting in January, which I believe is the
21st.
Yes.
Yeah, so a little bit more than a month from now. Okay, thanks. So I'm wondering if you can give us, between now and then, bring some more detail on the lapse and turnover. And the part that I'm puzzled about is, tell me what the normal amount of lapse and turnover is in a normal year.
Somewhere between $2 and $4 million above what we've budgeted.
2 and 4 million above what we budgeted. And right now, you said it was 3 million?
3.3 million above what we budgeted.
Okay, so this is peculiar to me, or this is the source of my question. I don't understand why it wouldn't be higher, since all of those things that happen with lapse and turnover, all the lapses, all the turnovers, would normally have happened during the first 3 quarters, fiscal quarters of the year. But then in the final quarter, which is when the buildings closed, as the pandemic hit us, we didn't employ or pay, I think it's somewhere north of 1,000 employees, hourly employees, in that last quarter, substitutes and that kind of thing. So it seems, just off the top of my head, it seems like lapse and turnover should be higher than normal because of that action or activity in the last fiscal quarter. But you're saying it's really right in the normal range. Can you shed any light on that?
I would say, and I would ask Mr. Redding to be on hot standby here to help me answer this question, but we did continue to pay every employee from March 15th through the end of the school year. And we did continue to use long-term subs, and we still continue to use our school-based subs, which are the majority of the amount of money that we spend on our substitutes every year. I would say north of 70% of the money that we spend on substitutes is spent on long-term subs who finished out the year, and our school-based subs. And I will remind us that our substitutes budget also has not covered the total cost of substitutes over the last several years. And we've been working to bring that budget up to what we've been spending. But typically we spend more than we have budgeted by somewhere in the tune of $1 million or more. But Mr. Redding, can you shed any more light on this for me?
I think you've hit the main points. We did pay all employees who had regularly scheduled hours through the end of the school year. So that left out subs who were on call and some other hourly on-call employees, but anyone who had a set schedule of hours was paid through the remainder of the year. So that lapse in turnover would not be substantial. We did put a hiring freeze in place, but we did not fully implement it. If it was an instructional position working directly with students, in a number of cases, we did fill the position. In other cases, we put a long-term sub in because the priority is the delivery of instruction to students.
Okay. All right. So I guess my last quote, I'd still like to see a little bit more detail on, what all is involved in lapse and turnover. And I'll send in a follow-up request on that. And finally, my question is, and where does the lapse and turnover money go? Savings from lapse and turnover.
It goes into the $27 million that you see here in closeout.
So it's not earmarked at all for something?
No.
It just goes into the general reserve bucket.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein, and thank you, Ms. Peterson. I was going to ask you about the plan if we could not potentially close the gap that we're going to leave open if we only put $15 million into trying to make ends meet for this budget. But you've already answered that question from Ms. Talento. So if we can move forward on the next portion of your presentation, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. Now I will present the CIP quarterly report for the fourth quarter of FY20. Next slide. This is our financial update as of June 30. You can see that we started the year with $419.2 million in the major construction fund and ended with $86.1 million. Our MCMM budget was 10.3 and ended at 2.2 million for the year. Next slide, please. This slide provides a summary of all of the major construction projects that we have ongoing. There were a few changes since the last report, which was the third quarter report. The budget for fleet increased by $700,000 for additional improvements, and that was transferred from the capital reserve with school board approval. We had on the HVAC roofing and infrastructure line, we had savings of $850,000 in the Gunston HVAC project, which was then transferred to the Wakefield HVAC project. And the Drew and Montessori building refreshes were closed and taken off of the report. Next slide, please. I apologize, I missed this. It should say through June of 2020, not March of 2020. We had 174 MCMM projects that were identified throughout the year. And of those, 83% had been completed as of June 30. And the remaining projects, a lot of them would be completed over the summer, or at least or at the outside by the end of the calendar year, which would be December. Currently, the MCMM reserve has $700,000 in it. Next slide. And then overall, our capital reserve is at $28.2 million, and the major construction reserve has $470,000. Next slide. Any questions on the CIP quarterly report?
Thank you very much. I'll go to Ms. Van Dorn. Ms. Van Dorn.
Sorry, the mouse had to go across my laptop. Guys, it's late. I have no questions. Thank you so much for the report. I will leave it to my colleagues who will help you thread this needle of getting a balanced budget for next year. I know you're going to do a great job. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Van Dorn.
Thank you, Ms. Talento.
Thank you, Chair O'Grady. I also do not have questions on this section of the report. I appreciated the detailed information provided, and I wish you all the best of luck in pulling this interim CIP through and preparing for our 10-year CIP next year. We did amazing work last year. I know we'll continue to do that great work this year, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein.
No, I don't have any questions on this part of the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Then I'll turn to our Vice Chair, Dr. Cannon. No? Okay. No questions from me either. Thank you so much for the presentation, Ms. Peterson. And because this item has financial considerations, it will come back for action at our January 21st board meeting. This allows the board and public additional time to consider the recommendations before action. Next, we will hear the proposed amendment to School Board Policy I-7.2.5.30, Prevention, Intervention, and Remediation. Dr. Duran.
Thank you. Assistant Superintendent Bridget Loff will be presenting this information item for the proposed amendment to school board policy. Ms. Loft?
Thank you. Could we go to the next slide, please? So this amendment to the current policy is in accordance with the Code of Virginia, which requires parental notification about literacy and response to intervention screening and services for certain assessment results. It requires us to provide timely written notification to the parent of any student who undergoes literacy or response to intervention screening and services or does not meet a benchmark in any assessment used to determine at-risk learners. And this is for preschool through grades 12. It also says that the notification will include all assessment scores and subscores and any intervention plan that results from the assessment of scores or subscores. And that completes the description of the amendment to the policy.
Thank you, Ms. Loft.
And thank you, Dr. Duran, and thank you, Ms. Loft. I'd like to see if there are any questions regarding this, starting with Ms. Talento. Ms. Talento?
No, I do not have any questions. Just to acknowledge that this is an amendment and not a revision. And I know that this will be coming back with our other instructional policies that you're working so hard on, Ms. Loft. Thank you for you and your team for doing that. So I have no questions, and I would recommend supporting this. I won't be on the board to vote it in. So
thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Talento, for all your work on the policy subcommittee. Turning to the other member of the policy subcommittee, Mr. Goldstein. Mr. Goldstein, questions, comments?
I thought that my colleague, Tanya, summarized all of the issues related to this very well. So I don't have any additional questions.
Well, thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Then I'll turn to Ms. Van Dorn.
I have no questions. Thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you, and neither does Dr. Cannondon, and I do not have any additional questions. So thank you. This item will come for action at our January 7th meeting. Our last information item is the proposed Dominion right-of-way agreement and plat for the Langston property. Dr. Duran.
Thank you. Director of Facilities and Operations, Ms. Kathy Lynn, will be presenting this. Ms. Lynn?
Thank you, Dr. Duran. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the school board. I will present to you the Dominion right-of-way agreement for our property at the Langston School. Next slide, please. The Arlington County is beginning their construction of Fire Station 8, which is across the street from our Langston School property. And with this construction, there are some overhead utilities that Dominion needs to move or modify, and they are requesting a right-of-way to install a new push brace on our piece of property. Next slide, please. So they are requesting, Dominion is requesting about a 25 by 10 foot easement on our property, which is identified by that red rectangular object on the plat. And so what they're requesting is the access to that right-of-way agreement in order to install the push brace for any installation and maintenance for that piece of device that they have to use. Next slide, please. So what our recommendation is to consent to Dominion Energy's right-of-way easement request to support the county's Fire Station 8 construction project and to support the overhead utilities and push brace that is needed for this construction property. Next slide. And for the next steps is to approve the Dominion's right-of-way agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lynn. I will go to my colleagues to see if there are questions, and we'll start this time with Mr. Goldstein. Mr. Goldstein?
Thank you, Kathy, for the presentation. Kathy, what's a push brace?
A push brace is sometimes needed when their overhead utilities need extra support. So you'll often see it on utility poles, and sometimes there's a wire and another support structure so that the brace or the utility pole or infrastructure can kind of stay stable.
So this 25 by 10 foot easement is on it. There will be a pole and a push brace, and that enables what?
It will support
facility
the overhead. At that intersection right now is overhead traffic signals and power. And so when the county is redoing Fire Station 8, they need to remove the existing push brace on their property, and they will move it across to ours during this construction process.
I see. And then it's going back when the construction's finished?
It will probably be permanent, this push brace, because this is a fairly extensive project, and we're collaborating with the county, but they will probably ask for additional easements because there will need to be 2 signals required, emergency signals, across from Fire Station 8 that would be on our property for when the fire trucks need to exit the fire station.
Okay. Okay, and the power is coming from our side of Lee Highway?
No, the power is actually, it's county. It's power that's paid by the county for the overhead traffic signals. So.
Okay. All right. Thanks very much for the clarification.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Ms. Van Dorn?
I really appreciate the presentation, and I'll just give a little history lesson. Don't be afraid, it's not a hard question. So since we're in there working on energy stuff, why don't we go get that water tower going that produces energy?
Yes, the water tower at the Langston School.
Yes.
Yes, that actually requires a little bit more design work. The way that it was
but
originally.
maybe the county for the inconvenience of the easement could fix that water tower, and we could be energy efficient again at Langston. There you go. And that's like a trivia question for everybody to know about the water tower.
I will definitely ask them, actually.
Yeah, ask them if they will. Tell them they can
that-
put it on the to-do list.
Okay.
Makes us greener.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
Thank you, Ms. Van Dorn. Ms. Salento?
Thank you, Chair O'Grady. Ms. Lynn, it's so great to see you tonight. Thank you for being with us. I actually have a question on the contract. On page 5, I believe it's page 5 of the contract, maybe page 6, but it's the first page of the amendment. And they amended 2 paragraphs we amended quite a few paragraphs in the standard contract that Dominion Energy provided, but in clause 1 of that amendment, it states that the grantee shall repair damage to road, fences, or other improvements inside the boundaries of the easement, subject, however, to grantee's rights set forth in paragraph 4 of this right-of-way agreement. And B, outside the boundaries of the easement, and shall repair or pay grantor at grantee's option for other damage done to grantor's property inside the easement and outside the boundaries of the easement caused by grantee in the process of construction, inspection, and maintenance of grantee's facilities, et cetera, et cetera. So I understand their standard contract, and I would ask that my colleagues consider asking our staff to negotiate this. We are a public school system, and we're serviced by public tax dollars. So if they damage our property, I don't think they should have the option to repay us. I think they should repay us for that damage or fix it. So I believe this is Dominion Energy's, who is a private company, by the way, even though they're a public utility service, they're a private company. And we are a public school system that use public tax dollars to service our schools, our students, maintain the safety of our property. And especially in this community, it is historically, one of our historic Black communities. Langston still services the community. We still have a very diverse community in the area. I would hate for them to damage property and feel like because it's not in a prominent place or it's not a safety issue for our students that they don't have to immediately repair it or not even reimburse us for any repairs that we would take. So I just want to make sure that if that can be I would recommend that we negotiate that it's not at their option, but that if they cause damage on our property, that they will, uh, you know, repair or pay the grantor for that. So I know I'm one board member, but colleagues, I would ask that you consider them to make this amendment. This is Dominion Energy. They're a private utility company. We are a public school system. This is not a significant request. It's a fair request. And furthermore, in the second amended clause, they state that if we build on the easement that they were giving them, that then causes an impact on their ability to provide their public utility, that we will work with them to find a new place and grant them the same easement and pay for the cost of the move. So if they're asking us to do that, I think it's only fair that we ask them to pay for any damage that's not optional on our property. So that would be my suggestion. And so thank you for working with the county on this. I know this is to support Fire Station 8. Again, a historic fire station and the renovation of that. But I want to make sure that we are also being treated fairly in this process, considering the community that where Langston is located and the community that Langston serves, as well as the fact that we use public tax dollars to service our public schools. So this is really a comment for your consideration and for my colleagues' considerations. I don't have any questions, and it's great to see you tonight. Thank you for staying with us.
It's nice to see you tonight. We will definitely, I will work with legal counsel to present that and to see if Dominion would modify their standard template. But I agree with you that we should not be liable for any kind of damage that they do on our property.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Chair Brady.
Thank you, Ms. Talento. I'll turn to our Vice Chair, Dr. Cannon. All right, nothing from Dr. Cannon, and I do appreciate, Ms. Lynn, you sharing what a push brace is. I also wanted to understand what that was. So I do appreciate that. We do appreciate you going back and taking a look at the language in the proposed agreement, and this item will come back for action at our January 7th meeting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we have one additional item tonight, which is proposed for both information and action, as a decision needs to be made in a timely manner. If there are no concerns from board members after the presentation, we will vote on this item. This item is the First Amendment to the lease agreement with Highland Holdings, LLC. Dr. Duran.
Thank you, and Ms. Lynn will be presenting this again, so hope you didn't go too far. Ms. Lynn.
Thank you, Dr. Duran. This evening, I'm going to present the First Amendment to the lease agreement with Highland Holdings, LLC. We did come before the board in October to present this item as an information item. And what we did after some good questions from school board members was we went back to Highland Holdings to try to renegotiate some of the conditions that were in the First Amendment. And so this is what I'm presenting this evening. Next slide, please. The first slide just gives a background and what the original lease agreement was. We entered it into the school year of 2019-20 with reserving 50 parking spaces for our staff at the Arlington Career Center, Arlington Community High School, and Montessori Public School of Arlington. The lease agreement went through August 31st of 2020. And so what we were doing is trying to have a First Amendment to extend this lease agreement. The rental rate for the first lease was $51,000 for 1 year. Next slide, please. So our first proposed First Amendment to this lease agreement when we presented October 22nd was we had revised some of the terms. The first term was to extend the lease agreement to August 31st, 2021. The second was to actually ask for additional parking spaces, up to 100 parking spaces for this amendment agreement. And then the rental rate would then also be revised because we asked for additional parking spaces. We also asked for a rental abatement for this lease agreement, and the landlord, Highland Holdings, agreed to rental abatement until December 31st of 2020. Next slide, please. When we presented to the school board in October, there were some very good discussions and questions and a request to see if we could have a more favorable rental abatement agreement with the landlord until we determine when our return to school of in-person would commence. And that to us was very understandable because there were still a lot of things in flux and there was still a lot of uncertainty. And we wanted to preserve our budget as much as possible. So we did go back. We asked legal counsel to go back to Highland Holdings to request a more favorable rental abatement. However, they declined our request and they did not get back to us until early this month. So we are now presenting this as an information action item since we would, our terms of the agreement rental abatement ends December 31st of 2020. Next slide, please. So our proposed First Amendment to the lease agreement now is our terms will still go to August 31st, 2021. We are actually requesting only 50 spaces, the 50 original parking spaces, and we believe that we do not need the 50 additional parking spaces for this school year. The rental abatement, like I mentioned, was denied, and we will get rental abatement only through December 31st, 2020. The rental rate is $4,250 a month for a total of about $34,000 for the remaining 8 months, beginning January 1st through August 31st. All the other terms remain the same. Next slide, please. Our recommendation is action on the First Amendment to the lease agreement with Highland Holdings. This provides needed parking spaces for when our staff return to in-person learning. The rental rate is $34,000 for this First Amendment agreement for 50 parking spaces for 8 months. We do have a budget for this to cover this lease agreement, and this agreement has been reviewed and approved by legal counsel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I'd like to invite my colleagues to ask clarifying questions. And I will start with Ms. Van Dorn. Ms. Van Dorn.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you all for being so diligent about going back and trying to manage those costs during this time. And I have no questions. I just want to thank you for that work.
Thank you.
Ms. Talento.
Thank you, Chair O'Grady. I do not have any questions. I remember reviewing the agreement the last time it came about, and I believe the only difference is that we're now going from 100 spaces back to 50, which was the original agreement. So this is just amending it to include the abatement through December 31st of 2020, and then forward with our standard agreement. So I am totally good with the information item in action tonight, because I know we're nearing that expiration date for the abatement. So thank you, Ms. Lynn, for staying with us and presenting it to us this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Goldstein?
Yeah, thank you. So as you know, I'm not a big fan of doing info and action in the same night because it doesn't give us, cogitation time, and it doesn't give the community time to weigh in. But I understand occasionally there's extenuating circumstances. I do have a question or two about this, and that is, Kathy, you said you've got fiscal 21 funds to cover the 34,000. Is that what you said it was?
Yes.
That goes beyond fiscal 21. It goes, I think you said it goes through August.
It does. It goes through August 31st. I believe, I will check, but I think the budget can cover the rents beyond that because of the way the lease is written.
And then what's the plan beyond August?
So what we typically do is, as we get ready for the start of the next school year, I know for this year in June, we went back to Highland Holdings to start negotiating for the, additional, for the next year's lease agreement. And at that time to determine if 50 spaces would be adequate or if we would need additional spaces, to meet staff requirements at the site.
And it's been determined that the 50 is adequate for now? I mean, for this?
For now it is. We worked with the project manager on site there. and we looked at all the spaces that are there and looked at the return to school, scenarios and things like that. And we feel that the 50 spaces that we have under the original agreement will satisfy our staffing needs for this school year.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I believe that our vice chair does not have any questions at this time. I do, Ms. Lynn, just have one clarifying point. Even though we have additional trailers on the site, on the parking lot, we still feel as if we will only need 50 spaces.
We do. We actually physically counted the spaces to make sure that it would meet the staffing needs of the 3 schools there for Arlington Career Center, the Arlington Community High School, and Montessori Public School of Arlington. So we were looking at all and it's also part of our use permit conditions. So we were making sure that we had the adequate spaces required for all staff.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate you guys being diligent about the number and going back and revising based on our different needs under this unusual time. So I do appreciate that hard work to make sure that we're being as efficient as possible. So if the board is in agreement to act on this item tonight, I would ask for a motion.
Ms. O'Grady, I have a motion.
Thank you. Oh.
Go ahead, Mr.
Okay. Sorry, I thought I was doing the motion. Sorry.
Yes, please, Mr. Goldstein. Go ahead with the motion.
Okay. Yeah, I do have that motion, and I move that the board approve the First Amendment to the lease agreement with Highland Holdings, LLC.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Is there a second?
Second from Nancy.
Thank you, Ms. Van Dorn. The clerk will call the roll.
All in favor of the motion, please say yes. Those opposed say no. Ms. Van Dorn?
Yes.
Ms. Talento?
Yes, sorry, I had set up my computer differently and I can't get to the things on right.
Ms.
Yes.
O'Grady?
Yes.
Dr. Cannonen?
Yes.
Mr. Goldstein?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Board members, is there any new business?
Is that my cue?
That would be for you, Mr. Goldstein.
Okay, so I guess this would only be an info item. I'm not sure how we would actually take action on this, but I want to note that Cynthia Johnson's birthday was yesterday, and Dr. Duran's birthday is coming up on Saturday. So I had suggested that we sing happy birthday, but that was the chair. So I might have to ask for a vote on the singing, but we can at least wish them a happy birthday.
Oh, we have to sing. Come on.
We'll sing after.
I thought maybe you were going to sing.
We'll sing after, but I think if we can say on 3, happy birthday, that would be helpful. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday!
Cynthia and Francisco.
Ms. O'Grady, if you adjourn the meeting, then you cut us off, so you will be singing by yourselves, just so that you know that our amazing unsung heroes in the back who no one sees that operate our virtual meetings have to cut off the feed once you adjourn, which cuts off Reed, myself, and Nancy. So we all sang for happy birthday for Reed, but he didn't hear us because we were in the boardroom cut off because the meeting was adjourned. So we just,
we could debate this for another 20 minutes and get to tomorrow.
Yeah, I think so. And then a
Happy
series.
birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Francisco and Cynthia. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you very much, and I don't think Cynthia's on at this time, but I'll let her know that you sang for both of us. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday. Sorry I didn't jump in and sing with Nancy, but trust me, you prefer it that way. I'm not my forte.
You owe me a solo, Vistanta, a solo.
Okay, thank you all so much. Is there any additional new business? Seeing none, everyone, this meeting is adjourned.